How's it going, everyone, and welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, are still
And what's left of Volocel.
and
And
Fern.
we're here to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week because Fern is working again.
He said
He
he'd be here
might be
later.
in later, but that's always subject to change as far as Fern goes, depending on whether he gets a fare to drive 4 hours to the east or something. But yes, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvdw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvdw, or you can join us in the Discord server, which can be accessed by clicking on the link provided in the show description in the show archive on YouTube.
Yes, indeed. So, while I'm sick, I am tired and had to work a lot this week. Um, no big jobs broke this week, so not any of them were too ginormous of a pain in the butt. But I had a whole bunch of little jobs break this week, and they just kept me busy nonstop. Basically, I've only had time for a bit of Lost Judgment, and played a little bit of Slay the Spire too, since Fern seemed to like it. I went ahead and scooped it. I'm sure I'll be shanghaied into picking it up to play with people eventually. So yeah, I guess I can get us started before we jump into the what you call it, the Gacha talk. Camera is not cooperating at all with these guys right now. Oh, they're dead. That's why. Um, so how can I set this up? I forgot Ball was sick, so I had not quite lined out my thoughts all the way on. We'll start with this then. So Slay the Spire 2 is just Slay the Spire 1, but more more of it and cleaned up a bit. I did not play a ton of Slay the Spire 1. Roguelites are not my thing. Um, I know they're a lot of people's thing. They're not mine. And as it stands right now, not very much carries over between runs. You can't make real meaningful progress towards powering up your characters and account between runs. It's not like Hades 1 in that regard. So I didn't really get into it. We're talking like I did a run of every character, and and those took about 20 minutes each. So 5 characters, and then a little bit of doodly dooting around on like one or two more after that. And I don't have much to say about it. It's not a very engaging game for me. These type of roguelites. Like when I'm playing a roguelite, it is used pretty much exclusively in the context of what I'd use these in, which is to put it on the Steam Deck and just have something to do with my fingers while I'm stuck after 5 o'clock at work waiting on phone calls. But so yeah, I do not have anything to say. Maybe when Fern gets here, he can guide my thoughts a bit better, and can get some more directed thoughts out of me since he's played it more. But as it stands right now, they're not very engaging to me. I really don't see the appeal of playing these games nonstop. I like some progress to continue between.
I can't say I've ever developed a habit of playing any of them. It's not like when it comes to, say, the equivalent gameplay loop in HSR, like I am playing for rank promotion because I want to see if I can get up to the next rank. It's still all about what persists between runs.
Mhm. Yeah, I generally prefer uh just if I'm going to do something over and over again, I would rather it be in a static environment so I can develop mastery. As much random as these games introduce don't really allow for that. Um, so they're usually not my thing. So I mean, the people that like the roguelite, Slay the Spire is one of those ones that hits all their buttons really good. It was really popular for a reason. I didn't notice any kind of weird commie garbage like in Rogue Legacy 2. So it's got that going for it. And the people that like Slay the Spire know they like Slay the Spire already.
I've never played Slay the Spire. I don't even know what the core mechanic is. Like, what are you actually even doing?
Like you pick a class, and that class will have a base amount of HP and a base deck of cards, and these cards will be like do 6 damage to an enemy, uh, or take 5 less damage when the enemy's turn comes around, and or do 2 damage to an enemy and make it take 50% damage, extra damage for the rest of the cards you play this turn. And each card has a mana cost, and the characters have a set amount of mana or energy that they start each turn with. And when you cycle through your whole deck shuffles and from your discard pile back into your deck, and you draw again. And you just draw cards until you have a full hand. And every time you clear a node on the map, or you get it from random loot treasure chests as you progress, the map is very reminiscent of the one they use in Hollow Zero, the current Hollow Zero, the modern one with it's very much like that. You pick which door you want to go
The
in.
branching tree thing.
Yeah, and each node will have something different, and have the standard simulated universe. Like this is an event node, this is a treasure
Oh,
node.
well, on that note, we'll get into it a little bit later, but they're actually moving away from that for the next iteration of Divergent Universe. Not very far, but slightly. To basically, it seems like they're just going to try something else to see if people actually like that or not.
Yeah, I am not a fan of that. I generally don't like it. If you're going to make something random, I would rather it be hard random and don't give me a choice. Which is odd to say. I
Well,
usually am a proponent of player choice, but in this particular scenario, I'd prefer it not be a choice.
well, as a preview, the Divergent Universe approach seems to be that they're still going to give you the choice, but they're going to allow you to cook the odds.
Yeah. So so yeah, that's how it's set up, and you take new cards, and they'll be things like spend all of your remaining mana and do 8 damage uh for once for each of your mana you spend to all enemies and stuff like that.
See,
It,
but this is also why saying roguelite is not helpful because, like, what you're describing is a card game,
yes, it's a card game.
but but technically speaking, it's in the same genre as Binding of Isaac,
Yep.
which is not a card game.
Literally the only thing that is a parallel between Binding of Isaac and this game is that once you start over a run and Slay the Spire, you lose all the upgrades to your deck and all the upgrades to your character and start over from scratch. When you pick the character again, and just like in Binding of Isaac, you lose everything for your character and you have to start all over. That's all it means. Is each new run you lose everything that was a meaningful upgrade, and change the deck. The only thing you unlock in Slay the Spire as account progression is just doing a run of each character once will unlock the next character, and there's 5 characters total, and they all have slightly different gimmicks with their cards, and yeah. So it like all roguelite means is you do multiple runs of something, and each run you start fresh, basically. How much you can carry over between runs? Usually, that it seems to mean that you don't carry over most things. Hades, the first one anyway, comes with the dongle of each run. You can go back and upgrade your weapons and stuff, and make the next run a little bit easier. Most of them have no such mechanic, which is why I stray away from them. You know, there is no unlock more passives or upgrade your weapons in most of them. It's just whatever you did in that run is flushed at the end, and you start again. Seems to be the only thing that labels something a roguelite. You can have roguelite shooters or action games or card games, and they are all radically different in terms of gameplay and game feel. So the genre tag is very useless for the broad
Well, the
strokes
thing is
description
that,
of anything.
technically speaking, people will flush Hades into that category, but I don't even think about it like that. Like, Hades is sort of like iterative.
Yeah, Hades allows you to
There are
carry over something between runs.
they of course inject the random thing, but you're still building up a particular character in a certain sense.
Yeah, you can go through the run targeting resources from particular doors pathways that show up to either focus on upgrading your weapons or unlocking the passives or
Yeah, so basically the difference there is, which means that it shouldn't really be in the same genre, is that you can plan for the future.
yeah. Whereas in most of them, like Slay the Spire, you just start over. The only other unlocks other than characters in Slay the Spire are you expand the roster of cards you can unlock on each character as you do certain things with them and meet certain milestones. You'll unlock more powerful cards that or more niche cards that can come up in the randomized card pool, which could be good or bad. I have no idea how good or bad those cards are or what they do because I didn't do very many runs. So yeah, not my thing. Never has really been my thing. I like some carryover between things, and if I'm going to do something over and over again, I prefer it to be a something like doing levels in Devil May Cry. The level is always going to be the same, and the point of doing it over and over again with the exact same parameters is to develop mastery. You can't do that with a roguelite. It's going to be so different every time, and your options are going to be so different. What you're working with is going to be a totally different tool set that you're just going to be flying by the seat of your pants with. So this one does have
Yeah,
co-op.
yeah, that is, and in terms of like that, it's getting to the point where that feels like, oh well, this is just an easy type of game that you can make in some sense, because there are obviously people who will just buy whatever is the latest popular roguelite, regardless of what it is.
Yeah,
But that's not really exploring the space the way Hades did. Like, I don't know, sort of like in ReZero, I presume that the protagonist at least sometimes grits his teeth and uses his ability to reincarnate to gather information
yeah. He tries not
about
to for
what
obvious.
could happen.
Yeah. Yeah, he tries not to because he doesn't know when his reset point is going to be set, but he does use it occasionally like that.
But see, that's the thing. That's way more interesting as a concept than just, oh, and then you start over, and then you start over, and then you start over. It's like, well, the Hades approach is that you do not necessarily have to plan for success. You can plan to accomplish something that will make you successful later,
Yeah, and I found that
which
made
adds a layer of strategy, which is far more interesting than just, oh, well, what build shall I try this time?
and I found it particularly interesting in like Hades, where you would have like bonus if you used a particular item for one resource. You're like, okay, I'll just farm some of this resource this run. I don't intend to get very far, but it's a weapon don't use very much. But because the game incentivized you to try something different going through it, you may wind up finding out you actually like it, or even better, get on a roll with that weapon in that run, and all of a sudden you've found more depth to the game just from the game giving you incentive to try other stuff. So now not only do you get to go back to base with what you had, you may have had a successful or near successful run, and it felt way better because now you get to keep a whole bunch of stuff too. But yeah, it was a problem with the Metroid style game genre for a while too, and there are people like me that'll just eat whatever slop's thrown out, and just because it's our favorite junk food. But there seem to be a whole lot more people that like eating the roguelite slop.
I mean, it's probably also like something like Slay the Spire, because it doesn't require the same degree of sort of active intentionality of like Enter the Gungeon or something. Like, it's good streamer slop.
Yeah, I imagine it's good casual slop too for people that just can't engage very much with the video game part of stuff because it's so passive turn-based card building stuff that anybody can pick it up and play it on a plane or whatever. It's on like everything. The first time I played it was on a plane. It's just good for that. It
Yeah,
doesn't need an
I
internet
mean,
connection or anything.
I suppose that's the thing. Like when I'm traveling and I have to play on my phone or my laptop, I never play ZZZ. I was play Star Rail because I know that I can make Divergent Universe work.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not going to get very far with ZZ on a phone, I don't think. Not with maybe the Zoomers can do it, but I can't use a phone's controls that well.
And heaven forbid anybody try Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, I ain't no. I like my FPS to be in the double digits. Okay, thanks.
Well, they announced the collab with ZTC for the cheetah themed phone, and it is a gorgeous looking piece of hardware. And
Mm-hmm.
ZTC do make the Red Magic line that ZTC make are actually phones capable of running something like Wuthering Waves, even if they do feel like you're holding thermite in your hand. But yeah, I don't think I've got a spare few $1,000 burning a hole in my back pocket to import one of those.
I'm about to say a few $1,000s plus import fees.
You can get around a lot of that if you know the right people. Like Auckland is full of Chinese, and they will import anything on the cheap if they think they can make a buck off of it. Like the phone that I use is a parallel import. This is why it's like double the power per dollar that you would get if I just went to a store and bought the latest Samsung.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately still stuck with the damn iPhone. I refuse to update my iPhone. It's running like 13. They're on iPhone version 27, and I'm still running 14 points.
Didn't they introduce a thing where they like actively shit your power up? I mean, like your processing power and even your battery life to some extent if you try and use a phone that's more than a certain age.
It's
I heard that they were doing that, but I don't know if they got caught and told that they weren't allowed to anymore.
it's possible. I wouldn't know. I haven't updated the OS at all. I refuse to let Apple update its OS unless apps start popping up with compatibility error. And they haven't done that for the last like 3.5 years.
Well, I mean, you keep it to run apps in particular, don't you?
Yeah,
So if you updated it, it will probably cause more errors than not updating it.
yeah. That's the other thing I'm always worried about with them. Like, Weil is not a very tech savvy company. Our website is Web 1.0 with a system selector catalog that is Web 1.5.
Well, I mean, like their target demographic that they're selling to is like the Stinson Bachelor.
Yeah, and some bachelor. So yeah. Uh, so yeah, that's all I got on Slay the Spire. When Fern gets here, I may broach it with him again and see if he has anything to say to guide my thoughts a bit better because he's played a lot more of these than I have. But yeah, it's going to hit all the notes for the people that really like that kind of stuff. But I'm not one of those people really. I mostly got it just to understand what's going on, and because it has co-op, I'm sure somebody will rope me into playing it with them. So so yeah, there's that. Uh, the I have not played any gotchas this week. Um, so the only other game I played was I picked. It took a few days for me to decide what I wanted to jump into for my single player game. After finishing East, and I decided to go ahead and finish up Lost Judgment or get
I didn't
started.
realize you hadn't finished it.
Well, I finished Judgment. I didn't finish Lost Judgment.
That's
Uh,
a different thing, isn't it? Okay.
yeah, Lost Judgment is the sequel to Judgment. I started it, got like an hour into it, and Ibu sent me a message that was like, "By the way, you might want to finish Yakuza 7 first, because the Yakuza 7 story takes place immediately before Lost Judgment, and the stuff that happens in there is going to impact what happens in this game. Plus, the new map in Yakuza 7, getting used to it there will help you in Lost Judgment."
How does he even remember this crap? Does he have a notebook or something?
Oh, he just finished. Lost Judgment in December. So yeah, I picked it back up. Um, where to go with this one? So we'll start with the basic gameplay of Lost Judgment compared to Judgment. Um, I knew a bit about the combat differences before, but didn't go into them because I had put like an hour into it. But actually getting to sit down and play around with it, I think they finally figured out how to make combat work in the Dragon Engine. Like this seems to be they finally nailed it. So before we had a good combat system that was held back by one of the styles being unfinished for Yagami and felt very bolted on and only used for its one EX action that can clear trash. And everything else about it is totally useless because they still had the old guard bounce mechanic, which in the Dragon Engine just doesn't work. The games are not meant to have you guard bounce in that way and have your combos interrupted. It just feels bad. The physics don't work right, and having your combos stop while an enemy's guarding and be reset just doesn't feel right. There's not as much push and pull in this engine as there is in the older engines. So they've done away with guard bouncing completely. It's gone, finally. And instead, your combos will just continue even if the enemy is guarding, and this immediately makes Crane stance way better by default because you don't have to rely on Tiger's double hitting normals or charged finishers to break guards. You can just keep going with Crane combos, and if one enemy starts blocking, just push the stick in a different direction and go continue the combo on somebody else. And that already makes it feel way better. In addition to that, they've expanded Crane Stance to have its own dedicated talent tree that actually has, good talents in it. Before it had like one talent that you could get in the talent tree, and everything else was in Tiger because Crane clearly wasn't finished. Now it's got its full blown talent tree that focuses on its quick moving and evasive nature, and gives Giacomi the ability to jump in combat as a evasive maneuver, where you can just dodge all kinds of random crap with this jump, and if you do it successfully, you give Yagami a speed boost, and all of his Crane stuff comes out faster. It feels really good to do. They've fixed up Crane so that now it's a complete fighting style, and it's weird jujitsu taekwondo mix really shines through in what they were going for, and it looks really cool. I like Crane a lot in this game. Tiger has been nerfed a lot because it had some broken stuff in the last game because that's where all of the combat system was. The biggest culprit in the previous game was a move called Flux Fissure, where pressing and holding the light attack button in the middle of a combo, if it connected with an unblocking enemy, you would start a mini quick time event, and if you landed it, you would basically insta-kill everything that wasn't a boss. It was a little bit OP. They have changed that move so that now it still does a goodly bit of damage, but it doesn't one-shot anything, and it puts enemies in a crumple state. So this makes it harder for you to do big damage combos on them, but it does take them out of the fight for a little. So makes that much more balanced. The charge finishers, however, are still great for clearing trash, and you can do double charge finishers now, where the way Yakuza combat works, for those that don't know, you press the light attack button a certain number of times, and then at any point in the light attack string, usually 1 to 4 hits, you press the triangle button, do a heavy attack finisher. Tiger lets you do charged finishers, and these hit really, really hard and can guard break. And you can do multiple finishers off of after the first finisher that can also be charged. And it makes Tiger feel like a very powerhouse oriented style that's a lot of fun to play. So they didn't just stop there with the combat and fixing up what they had. They added two entirely new styles, both of which appear to be fully fleshed out and totally unique on their own. The first style you're introduced to is Snake Style, which Yagami develops in the interim between the two games as a way to, as he puts it, deal with people more gently. because Tiger and Crane are kind of brutal fighting styles that are a mix of, you know, Tiger's like your mix of kung fu and street fighting, and Crane is your mix of taekwondo and street fighting, but they still involve, the same Yakuza style boot to face to pavement that all the other styles do. From all that
It
same,
definitely doesn't ever result in anybody dying.
yeah. Snake style is still pretty brutal, but is a little less brutal and has the option to do what's called an EX surrender. First, Snake's gimmick is parries. Parries, deflections, omnidirectional dodging, and counters. And it has charge finishers as well, but you can only do one of them at the end of the combo. And if it lands, it inflicts a debuff called Agony that makes the enemy more prone to be feared and try and run away from you or stand there shivering. And it also reduces their defense and makes them less likely to guard. So Snake is about inflicting that debuff and preventing damage. It's also the anti-weapon style in that it has a focus on grabs and grapples for its parries. And when you do these, if the enemy has a weapon, you can just yank it away from them and either kick the weapon away or take it for yourself. But the big point is how easy it is to inflict the fear condition on enemies. And once somebody's in agony, if you finish off another enemy, they may start just shivering in their boots. And Yagami can go up and do an EX surrender on them, where he looks like he's going to do a heat move from Tiger or Crane, but like his fist will hit beside their head if they're on their back on the pavement, or he'll stop just short of their face and they just pass out instead of
I see.
getting owned. And you get bonus SP at the end of the fight for getting EX surrenders if you can pull it off. So Snake is a fun style. It fits very well with the other two as the defensive style to complement the fast and agile style with the big powerhouse style, and is a lot of fun to use. The Force style is technically a DLC style, but it is kind of in the base game. And to unlock most of its stuff, you have to get to the point where it's kind of in the base game. How you get its stuff unlocked is there's a point where you go to a boxing gym for a sub quest, and this style is called Boxer. And Yagami has to mess around and fight people at this boxing gym because dumb Yakuza reasons. And as you go through, the ex-con that runs the boxing gym will let you pay him to learn boxing moves. And normally you would just use these in the boxing minigame, which operates very similarly to combat, but if you mixed it with Mike Tyson's Punch Out. With you have to guard high and low, and you have a stamina bar, and your objective is to deplete the enemy's health bar through jabs, hooks, and straights, while attacking at the right time to get bonus damage and stuff. It is very much so like Mike Tyson's Punch Out. The boxing style lets you take the way that system operates, all of its moves you get, into the base game, but instead of the Mike Tyson mechanics, you have just the normal Yakuza mechanics. The difference is this style can't grab, so your circle button now is just the hook button, and it does not have finishers, so there is no light, heavy finisher. It just has jab and straight, and lets you do very traditional action game combos with this style, and is a lot of fun to mess around with and use as you start unlocking more skills for it at the boxing gym in the real world. So it complements the other styles by just being the wacky one that plays by totally different rules but still works. I don't know if there's anything busted in there because it is DLC. You know how these companies do. They'll always hide something busted in the DLC styles. Or put it on the box to sell it. So yeah. That's the new combat upgrades, and overall the combat feels way better. They finally figured out how to make this work. There isn't a single style I dislike in the new game. They all have their unique strengths, and the game incentivizes switching, and will incentivize it more later, switching multiple times per combat. because eventually the buffs you get for each one, like you dodge something in Crane, if you switch to Tiger, you'll carry the speed buff over to Tiger. And if you do a charge finisher with Tiger, the attack buff you get from that you can take over to Snake. And if you crumple somebody with Snake, I think it makes you inflict somebody with agony on Snake. You become resistant to knockdown and can take that into Boxer. And whatever Boxer does, you can take that into Train. But those upgrades cost a lot. I only have the upgrades that let you just unlock the ability to get buffs at all. And right now they're locked to the style you get them in. But the next tier on the tree is you can take them cross style, and they last for like 30 seconds. So yeah, lots of gameplay options for the brawler beat 'em up stuff. It's a lot of fun just running around and charge fisting people across the map. One interesting bit in the combat is if Yagami gets crumpled because of an enemy attack. In most Yakuza games, if you get crumpled, you have to mash X to stand back up. X on a PlayStation controller, A on an Xbox controller. For some reason, they apply ragdoll physics to Yagami when he gets crumpled in this game. And this
I
has
see.
interesting interactions with the geometry of the world. I have got popped in the air and gone flying like 30 miles, at least once.
Fast travel unlocked.
Pretty much. That is the only bit of jank I've run into with the game. Everything else appears fairly polished. But that did happen one time, and I was very confused. I'm like, oh, you will sometimes just get the crumple state, and your body will do the ragdoll pop. You know, when a ragdoll body hits the ground and then just does the little pop up very briefly, and then before it falls back to the ground. But that doesn't impact gameplay at all, so I don't usually note that when it comes to stuff. It's just a quirk of ragdoll. And I've seen it in pretty much every game that has it. So yeah, there's that. The setup for this game is, well, the first mission in the game is called "How Do You Do, Fellow Kids?"
I see.
The last game's mystery revolved around a sketchy pharmaceutical drug in the Japanese Health and Safety Ministry. That this miracle drug that supposedly cured Alzheimer's and had too good to be true written all over it, and all the sketchy murders and stuff that went on around that thing. This game, we have the mystery takes place around a murder of a assistant teacher at a school that's in Ijincho, which is where Yakuza 7 took place. Most of the game takes place in this little city in Yokohama, or near Yokohama, and basically, this was a case of the dev team going, we made this whole giant dang map for Yakuza 7. We're not just using it in one game. So you start in Kamurocho, and Kamurocho is still fully mapped because they built that for Yakuza 6, so they still got that. But pretty quickly, you're shuffled off to Yokohama when one of the NPCs you met in the last game has started up his own detective agency in Yokohama. And you arrive because he's calling in help. Because this case is getting a little whacked. So after some very questionable shenanigans that are way too heavy-handed on the anti-bullying message, and a whole lot of stuff that doesn't really resonate to Westerners, like how to incentivize the correct kind of social ostracization by the group, and how to instigate it, and how Americans apparently believe the term "the first penguin" is a common term of respect. I've never heard this.
What?
The idea is that the way they explain it in the game is, if there's a bunch of penguins standing at the edge of a cliff where they all need to dive in to go swim to wherever they need to go or go catch their fish, they'll just all stand there until the first one takes the dive. and that you need to be the first penguin sometimes. And apparently, it's a term of respect in America to be the first penguin. It's news to me, but
Since since when?
since I don't know where they got this, but the Japanese writing team must have heard it somewhere. I'm not
Lemmings do the same thing, except it's off cliffs.
Yep, not sure what the deal with that is. So the first message or the first mission being about bullying and a whole bunch of values of collective action that do not resonate with most Westerners. Uh, yeah, it's whoops, it's it's a bit weird, but you know, it's Yakuza. I can pretty much forgive anything, even if it doesn't have Yakuza in the name or like a dragon in the name.
It seems like it's not something that's totally unheard of, but the impression that I'm getting through some like quick Google foo research is that it's something that the Japanese think is Western rather than something that's actually Western.
I can see how they would get the idea that it's Western because you know, being the Westerner, the in Japan means you're probably going to be the first one to speak up when something's up. Like the idea checks. It just
Well,
that part.
it's like the phenomenon I've read about in social media, um, called the Office American, where they will make sure that there's one American in a Japanese office because they are the only barometer that can be used to assess how things are really going in the office, because nobody in the Japanese part of the workforce will say anything.
Yeah, yeah. They're so ground into conformity over there that you stick one American though in there who's going to be very hot headed about stuff. Usually, you're going to get the American response. Well, American's going to be hot headed compared to a Japanese, no matter what your barometer is. But but yeah. So that intro's a bit weird, but this all ends with Yagami getting a phone call from the old law office he used to work for that they need his help with a case that is also tied to that school, and the murder case and the case he's taking care of at the school are now tied together. So he needs to stay at the school.
I just can't I can't get over the fact that somehow the faculty is just allowing this scruffy, middle-aged, alcohol-smelling ne'er-do-well in a leather jacket to just sort of loiter around all the time.
Well, he does successfully handle their problem that they have that the other agency's working on. So when your law agency calls you and is like, "Hey, that murder, it's tied to that school. You need to do some investigation and find what's up." He's literally sitting in the chairman's office when he gets the phone call after he's already taken care of their other issue, and uses the leverage he's got then to wrangle himself into being an advisor to the clubs so that he can stick around and
The
continue.
girls' dance club, no less.
Well, it's he actually is the official advisor for the mystery club, the mystery book club. Um, but he gets shanghaied into helping a bunch of the other clubs around school. So, and yes, there's a skateboarding club. So we, in addition to Yagami Pro Skater, we also get literally "How do you do, fellow kids?" the meme. So, yeah, the Mystery Research Club uh, actively campaigns to get him as their advisor once they figure out who he is, and the girl there has set up a interconnected side story between all the clubs that is absolutely massive. I put like 15 hours into the game, and it's still going. I'm not even halfway through yet, and ties all the new big mini games together because each club has its own unique mini game. And you're trying to figure out who is bankrolling delinquents to do dumb stuff with the school and how it's connected to the quirky mini boss squad from the first game. So don't know where they're going with that yet for the overall story, but each club's story is they're not super deep. They're mostly vectors for the new minigames, and the dance club one is uh, you hear about this particular individual that's causing trouble and making kids act out, interacting with some of the girls in the dance club, and so Yagami goes down there to investigate, and the dance club leader's like, "Our assistant teacher's gone." He's like, "Yeah, that's unfortunate. You look like you know how to dance. I don't know how to dance." Like, but I know kung fu. That's about the closest we get. So she's like, "Oh, yep, that'll work. That's good enough. You can help us be our dance instructor." And Yagami just gets like, "What? This is the girls' dance club. There is no way in heck anything I could do, even if I did know how to dance, would help you guys." And she gives him a 2 paragraph long verbal equivalent of "it'll be fine." And so we wind up with, where's the link? Hang on.
Well, let's be real. He is a soft touch. He'll basically help anybody.
Yeah.
Like he's just he puts up a fight only because he's got an image to maintain.
So we get that. And
And I did sit and watch it because it's sort of hypnotic in a way.
yeah. And I don't know if the video showcases it, but you can assign freestyle actions to the D-pad. They get more and more ridiculous. That lets you freestyle for 15 seconds. And you can buy books that let Yagami do even more ridiculous freestyle actions. There's like 25 of these. But otherwise, it's just a rhythm game. Not much to write home about. The mystery with that club is not super deep. You're mostly there just to see how ridiculous Yagami is going to look when he puts on a new dumb outfit and does a new dumb dance. How does that man do the splits like that? That is not a move that a boy should be able to do.
I mean, whenever he's not fighting, he does give off a kind of a vibe like his joints are starting to creak sometimes.
Yeah. Apparently, his real life actor. Part of the reason they couldn't do karaoke with him is because he wanted to let him do karaoke with him, but he's a professional singer, and his singing agency would not let them do it without
Yeah,
paying.
because they own the rights to the voice.
Yeah, but what his agency does not have the rights to is his dancing, which he also does. So that is all mocapped him really doing the dancing.
I wonder why it looked so correctly animated for a human body.
Yeah. So they managed to get a Yagami rhythm game in, and since they couldn't do karaoke, they did dancing, and he just mocapped it all. So interesting bit of background lore there, and finding a way to work around your interfering business agency. So yeah, the robotics club is probably the next biggest one after the dancing one in terms of just raw length of the story. Both of these I've hit the point where it's like go do more of the main story to progress this, but I'm trying to get all the school stories. There's like 11 of these things, and they're all
Does the
relatively
pigeon
long.
drone ever reappear?
Oh yeah, the pigeon's back. I have not found I in the baseball field, the baseball practice field. There's a drone like kiosk setup in there. I presume a side quest will take me there to unlock drone stuff later. But right now, I just have the baby pigeon drone, the one with the paper mache pigeon head.
The best one, in other words.
Yeah, the best one. Well, there's apparently the pigeon is not Yagami's idea. It was Kaito's, his rough and tough ex yakuza muscle that he keeps at the office, the dumb one.
You mean the transforming Sentai hero?
Yes. So the paper mache pigeon head was his idea because the name of that drone is Kaito's cherished pigeon. There's a DLC version of it called Kaito's lifelike pigeon that is just a taxidermized pigeon that's also a drone. So yeah, the Yakuza Charmony pigeon is still there. Robotics Club. This is not, you'd use a lot of the parts that you would get by beating up dudes and exploring the world to progress this minigame, to build up. Basically, you ever watch like TV battle bots, like back on the television in the 90s? Like,
We didn't have it. That
yeah,
was digital cable, and nobody could afford digital cable.
yeah. It was on some channel on Saturdays here. And sometimes I would turn it on, uh, like when I was 8, and it's just schools and teams from across the U.S. would build little robots and have them go beat each other up. So yeah, that's basically what this club is. Except instead of beating up the other drones, you do that, but that only puts the drone in timeout if you beat up the enemy's little robot. You have to capture their base by building a bridge by collecting blocks that spawn in the field and connecting your base to theirs. And you can only place blocks on spaces that you place blocks adjacent to place spaces you place blocks before, and you can capture the enemy spaces if you go over them, and you just want to build from your base to the enemy's base before they can build from their base to yours. It's not a it's harder to describe than its complexity would seem. It's very simple, and it's the so far the worst of the mini games, and it's not even close. Just because there's not a whole lot going on here with this mini game, I'm not a big fan of it. Um, and the mystery with this club is there has been a robot that has parts that can only be sourced from the robot club running around and stealing stuff, and the robot club has somehow come into a whole lot of funding out of nowhere and has a new president that's a corpo douchebag despite being 17 years old.
I see.
Yeah. So you have to teach him how to be, a kid and stop acting like a corpo douchebag, and help the Robo team win win at the tournament, so that their actual advisor doesn't can the club because for some reason she's sponsoring a club that she hates, and keeps sticking her head in there to criticize the boys for, oh, y'all just like these robot toys. They're just toys. And never mind that it's a full blown engineering department in there. Not the copy paste kind of engineering, but okay, teacher lady. The weakest club in terms of story, it's not the worst in gameplay because it cheats. Is the esports club. This is the shortest one and one of the only two I've completed. Where you just play Virtua Fighter 5.
I see. So they didn't have to do anything else. It was already in the game.
Yeah. So you just play a few rounds of Virtua Fighter 5 on very easy mode and try to figure out how the club president is cheating and making a bad name for the school and the club. That's it. So the yeah, and then the How Do You Do Fellow Kids Club, the skating club. The story here revolves around Japanese urban delinquent youth culture that I don't really understand, and the rules of tagging turf. And don't really get what's going on there. But the end result is that Yagami has to go to a skate park and outskate the fellow kids.
I see. It's anybody's guess if this is actually a reflection of actual delinquent culture.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen an interview once where they actually the journalist managed to corral a bunch of actual yakuza to review yakuza,
Mm-hmm.
and only thought that it was like a passable reflection of yakuza aesthetic, because they felt like whatchamacallit, the lead from the original yakuza lead didn't dress like his position. They're just like somebody way lower down the chain and that sort of thing.
Yeah. Uh,
So they do try, but they're more interested in the punchy aesthetic than they are in verisimilitude.
yeah. Kiryu's fashion sense also hasn't progressed past the 80s. Like, dude still wears the popped collar white suit with the red inner or the red inner shirt and all the way
Well,
until
the thing is that there is still Yakuza fashion for somebody low enough down the chain.
yeah. So so yeah, that's I've seen an interview where they actually had Yakuza that they talked to when writing the main story for the first few Yakuza games, like the first two. Uh, but they were only on board as far as the main story went and used as consultation, basically, to make sure that what they were portraying was accurate.
I think that they had the one that I read was like they had some really grizzled old Yakuza there, but a lot of their objections were based on like where guns were and were not involved didn't match what they thought should be the case.
Yeah. Oops. So yeah. Um. What else? What else? Oh, how do you do, fellow kids? This is just Tony Hawk Pro Skater. We have remade it in the Dragon Engine, and Yagami is Tony Hawk. The achievement is actually called Yagami Pro Skater.
I see.
You get for doing it. Like it's literally just go on half pipes, do tricks, grind on rails, do tricks, collect coins that are scattered around the arenas, get a higher score than your opponent. There are skateboard races you can do that are very easy, aside from one of them, because the map is just bad. And you can take the points you get here uh, by progressing the story missions and beating dudes and buy stuff at the skateboard shop with them. So you can buy better skateboards and stuff and unlock a few special moves that involve the skateboard and a few other miscellaneous collectibles with the skateboard points. But more importantly, the skateboards you get, you can now use to travel faster in the overworld. Because Ijincho is huge. This is the thing you noticed in Yakuza 7 a lot. Was there was no fast travel from the phone in Yakuza 7. And this place is flippin' ginormous. So you can fast travel from the phone now, and as long as you're not on a sidewalk, you can, if you continue to hold down the sprint button, Yagami will just whip out the skateboard, and you can skateboard to go even faster on the roads to get from point A to point B, which is a very
Canonically, how old is Yagami?
38. Now, what you do not want to do is go get drunk and then pull out the skateboard.
That sounds like the first thing that I would want to try.
You do you remember me showing you how you wobble when you're drunk? When you're just running
Yes.
in the last games? Uh when you're veering like, 120 degrees in random directions on the skateboard at faster speeds than normal, you're gonna crash into something or a car a lot. Just don't do it. You're just gonna wind up crashing literally half a second after you whip the board out over and over again. So yeah, very very interesting thing they did there. Um, what else has been going on with the side quests? I haven't done many side quests or any side quests that don't involve the school yet. I haven't even opened up the main sub stories, and there's 50 something of them. List or just the subquest tracker inside your journal says 0 out of 50 something when you open it up, and the school stories are all just super long sub stories that there's like 11 of them. And the only ones I've finished are the skateboarding and the What was the esports club? Esports club one is really short, like really short compared to the other ones. Not sure why that one just has nothing going on with it. I have unlocked the biker gang sub story where you have to go infiltrate the local biker gang now, which presumably will be even more delinquents than the skateboarding club was. Oh, they're not really a skateboarding club. They're more just skateboarding brats. So yeah, the boxing story is actually interesting, in that there's somebody going around town beating up people with a boxing style, and there's this ex kid or ex student at the school who's been suspended that you're looking into as a potential suspect. So you go and join the boxing club that he or the boxing uh, gym that he's a part of, and this gym is all ex cons that are trying to get back on their feet but need an outlet for their aggression. And this kid is just you meet him like it right away at the start, and he's just stupidly strong. Like he takes off his shirt and his body's just all scarred to heck and back again. And Yagami's like, "Whoa, man!" and gets into the ring with him, and he can't take Yagami down. But when his switch gets flipped, he just turns into an aggressive monster, and he's apparently just destroyed everybody else at the club or at the gym. I keep calling them clubs because they're called clubs in the menu, but this is just a regular ass boxing gym. Uh, and he apparently got suspended from the boxing league for mauling a guy so bad that he was crippled. And the he's currently the prime suspect as being the guy running around town beating up people dressed or using boxing moves from that gym. So, given what Yagami finds out over the course of the first few parts of the story, though, he's not very sure that's true because it doesn't fit the MO of this guy outside of the ring. He's very conscious and careful not to use his fists when he's not in the ring, despite being a monster inside of it. So, that's a interesting story that has a good mystery to figure out the who at the gym is the one that's causing it, and is the actual one running around. There's some meat to that mystery, and it kind of feels like I wonder if this is true, but I have a suspicion that the school stories were each written by a different person as a way to give them an attempt or give the writing team at RGG Studios a attempt to let their young blood try out their chops at writing. Because this is also when the head Yakuza guy left. Like his last games were the First Judgment and Seven.
Didn't he recently got funding pulled, didn't he?
Did he?
I'm fairly sure I read about that. Like the he went off to found a new studio to make a new game, right?
Yeah, and he had that trailer with the beefy
Yeah.
guy.
But apparently Tencent had pulled all funding from a studio
Huh.
and told him, "Look, if you want to make that, you're gonna have to make payroll yourself now." So I don't know if he was wasting money or if he just hadn't met his deliverables dates or if Tencent have just lost faith in the project, but they pulled the plug on his money, his line of money.
Yeah. So yeah, I RGG Studios now doesn't have their creative head as of Lost Judgment, so it kind of feels like these school sub stories are a way for them to safely allow their writing staff to try their hand at working stuff out on their own to figure out who can be in charge of bigger stuff going forward. And that seems like a smart decision to me. Give them these longer sub stories to put together and see how they turn out. And so far, the guy that's written the boxing story has done the best. Um, I don't know if this is actually the case, but each story just feels so radically different in its writing that I cannot imagine it all being the same writers for each one.
I guess they're trying to keep an eye out also for somebody who manages to write something that really captures the fans' imagination that becomes like a breakout hit sub story or something.
Yeah, the like the person that's writing the dance club story, aside from the premise, which is ridiculous and funny, the actual story to it is not super interesting. It's basically it's the kind of like weird romance show that you would that your mom would leave on the TV at like and just have still going during the daytime when you got home from school. Like some kind of weird love triangle with this boy and hoping the other girls do bad at their during their performance with a mix of slice of life high school girl anime-esque tropes thrown in there. It's very odd. But that one just straight up told me I won't be able to finish it until chapter 9. I'm in chapter 3, and I think there's only 10 chapters in the game. So that one's on hold for a while. And yeah, I haven't been able to go much further in the game. Um, I've stretched this pretty as far as I can, I think. With Lost Judgment, I like the Judgment games a lot so far. I think Yagami is very interesting as a protagonist, and the kind of scenarios he can get stuck in because he's not just while he is the straight man of his group, he's not he has a personality. He's not Kiryu, who's just a brick. And he's not
Yeah, Kiryu always reminded me a little bit of Keanu Reeves in The Matrix.
yeah. And he's not Ichiban, who is delusional. Like your other protagonists are a schizophrenic and Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. Yagami is just a dude. So so it just is a more fun character. He also like the way they've expanded his combat style. He is probably the strongest character in the Yakuza franchise right now, and they really like to lean into. A bunch of the kids will come up throughout the main story and be like, "Okay, we're gonna take him down." They'll gang up on him like 20-1. And for Kiryu, whenever he got into a mass fight, there are exceptions in the series, like the opening fight of Yakuza 0. But usually, if he has to take on a crowd of people, it's a bigger deal in the story. For Yagami, it's just like this is Tuesday. Time to take out the trash. Like he just knows he's
Well, I
strong.
mean, he's on the like he's on the other side of the law. Like he's not like at least in the for a member of the Yakuza, there are some Yakuza on your side. And the position that Yagami's in, like all of the baddies are on the other side.
Yeah,
Everybody wants a piece of him.
yeah. So
He's led a long career. He probably has, more enemies than he can count.
yeah, and he is very confident with his ability to throw down, and is more than happy to teach these kids what it means to get a proper butt whooping. And
Has he managed to not ever kill anybody?
I don't believe Yagami has killed anybody either. No, although you could be forgiven for thinking otherwise from some of the heat actions. But yeah, so far it's a great game. Judgment and Lost Judgment are beloved by the Yakuza fan base as a whole. Both games are for different reasons. Uh, but yeah, we just we'll see where they go with Lost Judgment, and I like the first one a lot. I completed the first one 100% because I just like the game. I might do it for this
And
one as well.
you said that one really didn't require other Yakuza games as a foundation, right?
No, you can jump right into Judgment. It was made to be an entry point. It
But you
references.
sort of implied Ibu thought otherwise for this one.
Yeah, because one event happens in Yakuza 7 that changes the landscape of Kamurocho and Ijincho significantly. That if you don't have the context from Yakuza 7, can make it a little jarring. It's not the end of the world unless you're playing all of the Yakuza games. It is a spoiler if you intend to go through all of them.
What if you were like, okay, so the Yakuza main line is just too much gameplay time required to go through it all, so I will stick with the Judgment branch.
Then the landscape change and the fact that it gets spoiled in the first 5 seconds won't matter because it's all just background operations for the setting. Because the basically stuff happens with the Omi and the Tojo, and how their influences work over the city in Seven that gets radically changed throughout the course of Yakuza 7. And Judgment just spoils it immediately. So if you don't want that spoiled for you, and you actually care about the story of the mainline Yakuza games, you do have to play 7 before Judgment. But if you don't care and you just like Yagami's games, you can just go straight into Lost Judgment and it'll just tell you, oh, this thing happened that's changed the way the criminal landscape works. Because Yagami doesn't
I mean,
interact much with the Yakuza to begin with.
while I don't have anything against the Yakuza games, like, this is a really long franchise. If I want to play any of them, I probably want to take a smaller bite.
Yeah, the Judgment games are real good for that. I think the main story of the first game is the strongest mainline story game they've got, and it's not even close.
And it doesn't involve a duplicate of the Yamato.
Yeah, or rubber bullets. I mean, I'll forgive a lot with the Yakuza games because the franchise is just for every other year entry franchise. It generally speaking has produced fun quality games with a lot of stuff to do, and they have not been afraid to experiment and and try out new stuff in each one. So so yeah, there's the Judgment games are a good point to just poke your nose in. Yeah, for you, if you were looking to get into them, I think the first Judgment game would be a really good starting point, and then you could stick your nose into Lost Judgment after that, and then even though the major setting change will be spoiled for you, uh, the events of the story will not be, and what actually happens in Yakuza 7, and you can
Yeah.
try.
I I own 2 Yakuza games, just 2,
Mhm.
and I don't know. I own Yakuza 0 and I own Like a Dragon. And those are the only 2 I have.
Yeah, you could go after the Judgment games. 7 would be probably good for you to try, which is Like a Dragon, because it's turn based, and you like turn based games. It's a very bare bones, simple turn based game, but if you're just playing it to complete the main story and a few sub stories here and there, and not going for completion, you probably won't burn
But
yourself out on it too
it
fast.
has the pornography arrow.
It does have the pornography arrow. Just know that buffs are useless in that game. At least they are on hard. Or no, there is no difficulty in that one. I play all the Yakuza games on the hardest difficulty available because in general they're very easy games, but Yakuza 7 has the quirk of being the only one without one. There just is no difficulty setting. The game is just easy by default. Um so yeah. The Judgment games go on sale a lot. They usually go down to at least 30. I've seen them I think hit as low as 15 or 10 before. I could check the Steam tracker and see what they usually go down to, but yeah, they're a good starting point because they require the first one especially requires you to know jack and crap about the original Yakuza. I don't think any original Yakuza characters appear at all, even as cameos in the first one. Oh no, there's one character that's supposed to be dead that makes a cameo as a bartender and has no relevance to the story whatsoever. And that's the only one I can think of. So yeah, and Lost Judgment appears to be continuing this trend of the only thing that matters is the previous game. So far there are only 2 Judgment games. There's Judgment and Lost Judgment. Um, the actor wants to do more that plays Yagami, but basically his agency's just being dickheads about it. because he's not just an actor; he's also a singer, and
Right.
he has other obligations. And the way Japanese talent agencies are, especially when they have established older talents,
They own you.
yeah. So he's having to
And
try
it's
and
still probably more wholesome than Hollywood.
yeah. So he's trying to get around it so he can do more Judgment games if possible. He said he really liked playing Yagami. So we'll have to see with that. So yeah, that's all I got. I've done jack and crap in the world of Gacha. Other than dropping Genshin, it's been put on ice until a new character, new Geo girl comes out, who I'll log on to pull, and then promptly put the game on the shelf again, probably. So, um, that's all I got. You got anything else before we move on to your stuff?
Uh, Not really, I don't think so.
Um, well, take it away with your week then, and any gotcha stuff that you want to start us
Okay.
with.
I will just chug another one of these pastilles. I don't know what it's going to do to my insides consuming so many of these things.
I've got him
With
as turned up as I can, by the way, Serathis, without literally cracking the microphone. So
if I want to make it through the show, I can't project too much because my throat simply will not handle it.
yeah, so
So,
you may have to crank the volume up on your headphones to hear him if it's not loud enough as it is. It seemed loud enough when I did the recording and tested it at this volume, but just giving you a heads up on that.
I mean, how much oomph I can put into it will depend on how my throat is feeling during any given sentence. And at the moment, it's feeling rather strange, but it's not hurting or anything because I've been eating so many of these pastilles that are full of strange things that are probably going to give me the trots later. I'm sure. I I didn't even know you were allowed to eat tincture of benzoin. I thought that stuff was for injecting into blisters, but apparently they put it in these. And this particular brand of lozenge is extremely effective at while it is in your mouth, you almost won't cough. End of story. It basically overwhelms all other sensations in your throat to the point where you can't feel any of them. So, useful in that sense. Don't know how my bowel will feel about it later. But, anyway. This week sucked. Mainly because I was sick, but only partly because I was sick. There's lots of other reasons why it sucked, and things are only going to get worse because they keep giving me more things that I need to do, allegedly. They are packing me off to Auckland for 2 days next week while I'm still sick. Hopefully, I'll be more recovered by the time I'm traveling because traveling is bad enough as it is. Traveling while sick is a lot worse, especially when you're in an aeroplane. Um,
All right,
and
that's
when
on the
while
other
your
island for you, ain't it?
yeah, while your immune system is compromised, if you're passing through an airport, you'll pick up everything. So, yeah, not really looking forward to it. Not looking forward to staying in a cheap hotel. Not looking forward to having to work in an unfamiliar location. Not looking forward to having to constantly rush to get flights and taxis, etc. Business trips suck. It's one thing if you can just drive yourself and then drive around. It's quite another when you've got to arrange everything in advance.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's not as to an American, a distance of a mere 1,000 kilometers is pretty trivial. But to a much more parochial person, it's quite a bit further. And there's a huge, like, if you were to drive from one corner of Georgia to the other, people in both locations would be more or less the same. Um, the difference between the culture in Christchurch and the culture in Auckland is a lot larger. Like that would be like traveling from a small city in flyover country to Los Angeles. So yeah. Except Los Angeles, if it was full of Indians, I don't know if Los Angeles is actually full of Indians. Um, maybe it is these days. Anyway. So yeah, this week sucked. Next week's also going to suck. I don't know when I'm going to get any rest because I'm not sleeping well because I'm sick. Hopefully, things will thaw out soon. Anyway, this week. This week I spent a little bit of time on Blue Archive purely because I wanted to read Suzumi's event because Suzumi was one of my old favourites who the writers then forgot existed after the tutorial. She fell into a crack in the world building basically because in beta she was Azusa. She was the character who played Azusa's role. And when they decided to redesign Azusa into another character, that basically meant that they had to give Suzumi another role. So she ended up becoming the Vigilante crew before Racer was added to be the other Vigilante crew person later. Although it's sort of peripherally implied there are a handful of other members of the Vigilante crew, and Suzumi just happens to be the founder. But the event is kind of silly, like a lot of them are, and it's kind of low key. But Suzumi dresses as a magical girl, so it's adorable. Racer is actually really endearing instead of an annoying little munchkin in this one, because she's just so enthusiastic. And the purpose of this event is really to give Suzumi a little bit of limelight, explore her character a little bit, and to sort of build up evidence of an existing bond between Suzumi and Racer, because they care a lot about each other, and it's just not you don't really see them together very much in the rest of the story. So it's a very endearing sort of story, and it basically explores like, well, why is Suzumi part of the vigilante crew rather than the Justice Task Force? And how does she feel about that, and so on. And it basically ends up just being that Suzumi has social anxiety. It's quite bluntly stated in the story that she was just too shy and anxious to get along in such a large organization, large and cliquish organization as the Justice Task Force. So she left after being only a member for a short time during her first year. But she didn't. That didn't change the fact that she wanted to do what they do, but she just couldn't find a place within the organization, so she struck out on her own. But she doesn't seem to actually understand that people respect her for that. She thinks that people view her as a nuisance, and that she's just doing it for self-satisfaction purposes. But yeah, it's an interesting little story, an entertaining little story. An odd story for them to give you Rabu as a free character, who's the one of the local chapter leaders of the Helmet Gang, and ex Trinity student. But yeah, and it's also Mirai's second outing as a villain, although she's as usual not very good at it. But and also it is the first time Shimiko really gets story focus as well. So Shimiko was another one of my old favorites who was basically forgotten by the writers. I found her Bond event to be one of the most endearing in the game, largely because it hit me at a point where I was sort of extremely worn out by keeping a schedule, much like Sensei's, in that you basically work all night, every night, sort of thing. And that was what that event was themed around. But yeah, Shimiko gets what I hesitate to refer to as a glow up. They explore her character a little bit more, and she's just the library girl, essentially. But apparently, one of the character traits she has that's explored a little in this event is that anytime she has to accomplish something, she basically consumes all of the media that exists about it as a form of education first. And she's a prodigious consumer of information in that she can literally speed read every book in the library that she needs to on to accomplish a task in a matter of like an hour or something like that, and she canonically can watch an episode of anime in 50 seconds because she can just put it on high speed and still ingest all the information. So she's actually a prodigy of sorts, but it just doesn't really make much of a noise about it. But the glow up that she gets to fulfill her role as the villain character from A Magical Girl is interesting, and you can sort of, well, I will
Involved.
post her classic art. Okay, her classic
It,
Shimiko
it,
design.
it makes Amos Leotard look tame.
And then her design as the villain of the Magical Girl show. And this is an outfit that she prepared herself in the wee hours of the morning after watching all of the available seasons
You,
of the Magical Girl
you,
anime that she'd been asked
you, you know,
to imitate.
you know what she looks like? Our favorite girl failure snake. That's what her outfit reminds me of.
It does a little bit, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Except she puts on an absolutely masterful performance because she's basically a polymath who can learn anything by watching. Like if she were at all motivated to do anything in particular, she would probably have she'd probably be able to operate it at like Hanako levels of prodigy. It's just that she's only really interested in taking care of the library. But yeah, I hesitate to call it a glow up because it is so crass. But yeah, at any rate, the the story is a cute and fun little one. And as I said in the mobile channel, it turns out friendship really is magic in the sense that the most powerful spell is your friend in an observation tower with an Anzio Ironworks 20mm anti-material rifle. I didn't know that you could get a man-portable anti-material rifle that was chambered to fire Vulcan rounds, but apparently you can.
I mean,
I mean, this is a Eagle Screech moment because I'm pretty sure that the US is the one that uses it. I don't know if they're manufactured in the US. Is Anzio Ironworks in the US? Or is it Italian? Because Anzio is an Italian word, but America's full of Italians, so.
less
It
prominent
is
than
an
it used to be.
American anti-material rifle, so.
Some areas
But
still do
yeah.
have a lot of Italians, although they're less prominent everywhere they used to be.
Anyway, yeah, so that's Blue Archive. So I dipped in there. I burnt some more um gacha pulls on getting Suzumi, who I had a spark for as per usual, and watched the story, and that was it. There's a bunch of little epilogues as well that fill in little gaps, like how did the Helmet Gang plan their little escapade in the theme park? What happened to Mirai after the story? The whole thing on how Shimiko learned and developed the character that she was going to play as the villain from the Magical Girl show is also a little vignette that appears after the story. But yeah, it was all quite entertaining. A short, self-contained, solidly written little event story. Anyway, moving on to Genshin. Nothing happened in Genshin this week. It's a total total content desert. It's totally devoid of any activity or anything to do. So if a person were to say, drop Genshin this week, they wouldn't notice any difference. Because there's literally nothing going on.
It's only like week 3 or 4 of the 6-week patch cycle, ain't it?
I'm not sure if there's even anything planned. Like, what's supposed to happen next? Like, I thought when I watched the preview that it seemed extremely sparse, but it's been even more sparse than I thought that it was. Is there a schedule up or something? Because we're not even at the second half yet, are we?
Is Varka's banner still
Is
up?
I don't know. I haven't checked. I don't know if Skirk's one is up yet. Um, I cannot find a list of events. List of events. And it's extremely tempting to just blame everything on Miliastra Wonderland. Like, just not impressed by anything. Like, it's just okay. Here we go. The events overview. No, give me that. I'm not going to use your silly top-up service. Go away. Oh, that's just the video one. Where's the written one? That's not convenient. Come on. No, please don't make any noises. I don't want to hear any noises. Event calendar, what is it? It's presently the 15th. Oh, seriously? I don't remember what Sightseeing with Friends is. It's probably another camera event,
Yeah,
which is going to start shortly.
that sounds like a
And
nothing
then
burger.
and then a week later is the sodding Auto Battler Stronghold Defense thing again. That I hate.
So you were
Yeah,
looking to get
so
into Yakuza. If you take that time you would spend in Genshin,
well, you say that, but the reality is the problem is I haven't had it to spend any time in Genshin already because there's nothing going on.
one thing I found this week by dropping Genshin, especially when its battle passes up, is the most obnoxious when it comes to locking me into my schedule and not letting me deviate at all. Because it has that stupid 150 BP requirement or stamina spend requirement for its
No,
dailies.
no, 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 no. It was 160.
Yeah, 160. Because unless you go to the freaking blacksmith, there's no way just to spend 10.
It's really obnoxious. I don't know why they want it to be this way.
But literally, the other three that I play all have multiple options you can do every day that don't involve spending stamina, and all have overflow stamina. So you don't feel like you're stuck, and you can, if you want to delay it because you are just in the mood for Yakuza in the morning on your day off and don't want to rush to do your dailies, you don't have to, because you're not going to have to make sure you've got 160 energy in the tank at all
It's
times
a
whenever
little
a new
bit.
daily rolls around.
It's a little bit curious how asynchronous they all are, though. Like as we've established, Genshin is shite at this, and the only concession they have is the ability to create crystallized essences at a rate of 5 ever. Um, but the other two are also asynchronous as well. So Star Rail doesn't allow you to save any on purpose, but it does allow you to. It gives as a really high slop cap of 300,
Mm-hmm.
so that you can, just have as much overlap in your schedule as you need. And it has got the overflow resin system. ZZZ introduced the overflow resin system as well, and it doesn't have very much slop in the cap. It caps out at 240 for some reason, but it does allow you to compress that purposefully into quick clear items,
You can just
although at a strangely limited rate for some reason.
but you can just make as many friggin' batteries as you want, and they just give you 80 free stamina every day to make sure you've got
Yeah.
enough to bust through your dailies. If and to get just the polychrome dailies, all you got to do is go talk to the fortune puppy, talk to the video store, talk to the coffee guy, log out. That's all you got to do.
You don't even need to do that. You can just talk to the video store, talk to the puppy, automate your Suiban temple. That's enough. You don't even have to spend any reason. You can skip that entirely.
Oh yeah, you don't have to spend the coffee you get at the coffee shop. You can just get the coffee.
No, you don't have to go. You don't even have to go to the coffee guy. Don't talk to him at all, and you can still get your polychromes,
Yeah.
provided you do Suiban temple. And the only thing you have got to do there is go there, collect your coins that you can't spend anymore, and then press square again, and you're done.
I forget Swimming Temple exists until there's something new in the shop.
There's never anything new in the shop.
There's new like accessories and stuff, but that you get for the coins.
I cleaned it out a long time ago, so. But the regular coins don't appear to do anything anymore. They're just a way of keeping score. So I've got like 500 million of them. But anyway, yeah. So basically, Genshin is the worst system ever, and they don't seem to be intent on changing it, and they don't seem to be intent on putting any content in their game. Like, this is the worst content desert that the game has had in a long time. And it was off the back of the least exceptional main story that they've had in a long time. That is to say, there wasn't one at all.
It's
Just an underwhelming character story and a very short event that leaned entirely on asset recycling and member berries.
like it's almost like the raw amount of content they expected for the main patch. This thing was like they rolled the event and the character story in. Like, okay, that's enough to count as a main patch for a story, right?
But the thing is that when they did the event as the main event, as it were, for uh Yai Miko's little game development competition thing that she ran,
Yeah,
like the story that was going on in the background there was actually like really weighty. Like it was not terribly long, but it had heft from an emotional standpoint.
yeah. They did pretty good with the one that was uh the Icky Boy 4-star from Natlan, not the aphid one, the one with Cuckoo. What's his name?
Oh, the vet guy,
Yeah,
Effa.
Ifa. I wanted to call him NFA. I'm like, no, that's the whackbot. Yeah,
But
his
yeah, they just seem to have completely dropped the ball this time because I mean, you can enjoy the event story as very light entertainment, but it is very light entertainment because there's no stakes whatsoever. Like they try and imply some stakes later on, like when you talk to Alice at the very end. There are some interesting things about that conversation, like you've done the Star Rail main story now, right?
mm-hmm.
When you talk to Dolly Sensei later, she gives you a spiel that is almost identical to what Alice tells you about the theory of the abyss, except that Dolly at the end says, "Never mind, I was just yanking your chain." But other than that, basically she's describing the exact same thing that Alice is describing, which is sort of interesting. But like that's the only thing with any lore implications in that entire story. Everything else is just like we just want to flip some assets that were used back in Mondstadt
Hey,
and call it good.
we had to make sure that Alice remembered to be a mom at least once a century and take her daughter out to go blast fishing. This was very important.
But yeah, it was underwhelming and it continues to be underwhelming, and there is nothing whatsoever to do in Genshin at the moment. Which, from a certain point of view, I guess is kind of handy because you can do some farming, but since I don't appear to be able to get any I don't appear to be able to get any good artifacts to drop, it's kind of much of a muchness. Um yeah, so moving on from that since there's nothing to talk about there. Um Next on the agenda, I suppose, is ZZZ. So it's just the same old camera event, which I know a lot of people love the camera event in
Oh
ZZZ
boy,
because
does the
they
Reddit
love
love
to
the
take
camera event.
they like to take pictures. Yes, indeed.
There are
Um,
there's this one guy that every time the camera event in ZZ comes up, he will go to the Reddit and take screenshots of the Reddit to post onto the forums.
I see. I'll take your word for it.
And
Anyway,
there's something wrong with
and
that Reddit.
I am not intimately familiar with the ZZZ Reddit in
I
any
mean,
respect.
there's something wrong with Redditors in general, but there's something exceptionally Gunnar tier wrong with the ZZZ Reddit.
Anyway, so The camera event is all that's happening in game right now. But out of game is the preview for the next patch. So I don't have a I haven't done a digest of this because I watched it at like 3 in the morning or something. But
Oh, is this how you got to experience English this year?
yes. I was actually very impressed because normally the delivery of characters cameoing in the preview show is extremely bad, but Sissy's voice actress did an excellent job.
Yeah.
It all felt very, very natural and very, very in character, which I didn't expect because normally they feel very stilted. Like the only character who is as good at delivering naturally is the Albert guy. What's his name? Bill Butts?
Yeah. And then, but usually you get, "Hi, my name is Cat Pertano," rhymes with Cat Patano. Okay, it's usually not quite that out of character, but it's usually stilted.
But the Sissia one felt like really, really natural. Like if that was actually in game, I wouldn't have batted an eyelid.
She's a little slimier in game in the way she talks. In the little bit I heard of it, I didn't watch, but more than a few seconds of it.
Anyway, so yeah, they previewed the usual things. So there's going to be a new chapter, and they had quite a bit of material showing that, and it's like, okay, they're going to have their big event. It's just going to involve various characters from various factions, etc. They were pretty vague about the particulars of what's actually going on, other than that there's a big competition. But the sort of the juicy lore stuff that they're trying to tie in mostly came at the end. And it seems like all of the Void Hunter's weapons are basically built on stealing power from the creator, and now that the creator is manifesting again, those weapons are not actually intending to stay cooperative with their wielders, etc. But yeah, that's all stuff to be revealed when the story actually plays out, although I feel like we'll probably just get a taster in this coming patch. But it's going to heavily involve characters like Promea that we've only just seen sort of like as of a distance for the most part. But it's going to be, getting people's whistle wet, as it were, for when they are going to be on the banner, I'm sure, in the future. But yeah, so the characters that they are going to be deploying next time are Nangong Yu and Sissia. So Yu is basically what I expected based on having inspected her kit before, because her kit was relatively straightforward in description. It didn't involve like anything which has never been seen in the game before or anything like that. So I'm probably going to pull for her because she's my favorite of the Angels characters. I think she's the most entertaining. But yeah, I kind of need somebody for that slot to construct that particular type of team shell, and I kind of want to get sort of at least part of the way there on the Angels team, even though I don't really have any intention of pulling Arya in the short term. I kind of want to keep my options open on that and have the other 2/3 of the team, because I'm suspicious that they will just make it such that, well, if you don't have that team, you're going to be riding the struggle bus, because we're just going to carve out in the meta, oh, there's the Angel team, so here's the Angel team's fights. And if that, as long as that exists as a thing, then I'm going to need something to fill that slot. In the short term, that's going to be using Alice in place of Arya, because it overlaps with one of the elements of the other two angels, and she's capable of executing disorders by herself, which means that she synergizes at least to some extent, even though she can't a bloom. But in the long term, I might end up like pulling Arya on a rerun or something if it turns out that they are actually going to shill this super hard. you don't really have any other options than, cooperating with that. So we'll wait and see as far as that's concerned. Sissia is still kind of opaque as a mechanic. I can kind of see what they're doing, but it's not a great deal clearer to me now than it was when I was reading the kit from beta. It's still a bit, well, not really sure what you're doing here. I can see that she's a lightning output character, but how that mechanic, the particulars of the mechanics that are specific to her, interlock with other characters is really, really unclear right now. She's a good, uh, sort of 50% field time character who will pair really, really well with Seed, I'm sure. But in terms of the specifics of her mechanics rather than her field time requirements, it's not really very clear yet. Are you going to pull for her because she's blonde and a girl failure?
I'm probably obligated to. Also, in the trailer, for the next patch, they Cyssia, when she does her little attack on the Tops girl, just quotes Jane's ultimate line, or she just goes, "Now you're the prey." That's one of Jane's ultimate lines, and I'm really wondering how much she's stealing from our little rat.
I did enjoy the comment in the previous event where I think it's the proxy Bell in our case comments that it seems like the predator prey dynamic is kind of messed up
Yeah,
between Sissia and Jane.
yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, so there's also there's the attendant W engines. There's also two new discs. One of them is like has got the bunny written all over it. Literally, in this case, there's a bunny drawn on the disc. So yeah, it's probably for the free character everybody has. Not really looking forward to farming that. Probably won't need to, because realistically, what are her stat requirements?
I mean,
It's HP, right?
yeah, it's just an HP
HP
threshold.
and HP and
Like,
HP
if you've got the
and some
HP
more HP.
threshold, unless the passive on that thing is bonkers, like she's already her job is to come on, turn on Aether Veil, and go away.
Let's see if it's up on Gacha base. Not that I would endorse any such thing.
It could.
Okay, Bunny in Wonderland. Currently, the 2-piece is HP plus 10%, and 4-piece is when the equipper is a defense character. When the equipper launches an EX special or any squad member triggers a defensive assist or evasive assist, all squad members' damage increases by 6%, stacking up to 3 times and lasting 25 seconds.
That's
Stacks decay 1 at a time.
That's pretty hefty.
It is quite a lot, yes.
So expands her kit to be a little more buffy than just an Aether Veil support for people that have her. Well, that'd be literally everybody since she was free.
The other one, Notes from the Chained, the aesthetic is styled after Primea, so presumably it's her set, but even Gacha Base doesn't have any details on that disc set yet that I can see.
See, also we have a Fern.
We do.
Yes, we do.
Yeah,
he has arrived.
I need to turn a Fern up.
Yeah, I'm still on the old microphone because mid-show is not the ideal time to be testing equipment. But yeah, I'm here now. Work is finished with me for the moment.
Oh no.
It was well, it was supposed to be the first emergence of drunk cowboys last night.
Did they wait until today?
That got cancelled. No, they are still staggering about like zombies. But the big event that was supposed to draw them all out of the woodwork ended up getting cancelled, so they kind of just got let loose.
I see.
So yeah, they're around.
Alrighty. Anyway, so with the release of the new characters, they're also releasing the outfit for Nangong, which is, well, I mean, I like indigo as a color a lot. and I don't particularly like Nangong's base outfit all that much. However, this particular special outfit is a little bit questionable in a variety of ways.
It's kind of vibe matching with Arya's. It just
It
kind of
does. The what I have heard people speculate is that if you put Sunna's and Arya's and Nangong's outfits together, they all evoke a particular Sanrio character.
it's possible.
Each of them. It's just that I don't know anything about Sanrio, so. But everywhere outside the West, Sanrio is like the biggest thing ever.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just that I've also heard that if you ever meet a girl who's too into Sanrio, that's an immediate red flag.
Yeah, my aunt is not the brightest cookie in the crayon box, and but she loves Hello Kitty. So,
Anyway, so the banner's coming out for the new version. The first half is going to be Nangong and Yidari, and the second one is going to be Sissia and Seed.
yeah, so they clearly intend for Cynthia and Seed to do the Seed thing.
Yeah, I feel like the vibe I get is that that's a secondary sort of affinity. It's like a secondary synergy as opposed to like I feel like there's going to be some more concrete synergy with Sissia's particular mode of doing damage over time. But since there don't appear to be any real keywords to attach to it, that could also not be the case. It's kind of hard to say.
They'll make her
It
synergize
just
with her
seems
boyfriend.
it just seems like there's like having Sissia electric attack and Seed electric attack and Sanbi electric attack seems a little bit overkilly to me.
Yeah,
And also Haramasa just got buffed.
yeah, like Seed, I can kind of understand. She is there to facilitate a second attacker. A lot of the time, that's one of her secondary roles.
Well, she's basically the key component to a 50-50 field time shell.
Yeah, so so like I like the Seed Sambi team. I if she wasn't on Sissia's banner, I would consider grabbing Seed's W engine. Just because I use her so much in that shell. But
Sissia's W engine is literally a mechanical snake.
yeah, all right, yeah. So yeah, it's it'll be interesting with her. I really wish she was literally anything else because I'm gonna feel compelled to pull for her, but she already overlaps with teams that I already run and have built.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is gacha for you. You either make sacrifices of money from your wallet, or you make sacrifices of pull opportunities. You can only pick one. So yeah, moving on. This is the usual things. Skip that one. Skip that one. Story. We know there's going to be story. Yeah, we know about that one as well. There's not really a huge amount that I want to talk about in particular as far as the events are concerned for what they've shown. Because I didn't really have the opportunity to prepare since I was sick and it was 3 a.m. But yeah, that's the shape of the thing. I'm mainly looking forward to see how they kick off the next part of the story because the primary story for 2.x kind of ended on a whimper, and I'm not really that impressed with how that ended. The interlude that was represented by the angels was extremely good, but it's extremely good in like a self-contained side story sense. Like it doesn't have grand broad implications for the greater plot or anything like that.
It's very important to the overall state of the world that Suna develop self-confidence in her songwriting and not be bullied by the corporate or tournament organizers.
Yeah, I guess. uh, so the vast majority of the previews were about like the primary story and the characters, but they did introduce a few events, and the first one was the hot pot event, which is just a hot pot making mini game. The main thing about the hot pot event is that they have debuted another um fully modeled, detailed NPC girl who is sure to become a fan favorite and have a huge amount of Rule 34 drawn of her, because that's what happens to every one of these characters. Um, but yeah, it's basically they didn't really go into any detail about what you do in the hot pot game, because it was mostly Sinner's voice actress gushing about flavors of things. So yeah, not really sure where we're going in that regard. But that will reward a rank W engine, which is stun, so it's probably oriented towards use with Nangong. But I don't know what the stats are. Let's see if I can get that on Gacha Base.
Lord Elise,
Find out.
Are you okay, girlfriend? I'm not pushing anything, and you're just.
Woo multiplayer rears its ugly head again.
She's just auto walking in place, despite being on a flat surface. She's not going anywhere. I mean,
she's aura farming, okay?
Yes.
Well, I mean, she's aura jiggling, certainly.
Well, jiggling is one of her special skills.
Let her jiggle.
So the hot pot W engine is a super generic impact W engine that you could use on any stunner with reasonable ability to accomplish what it's supposed to do. Does a little bit of damage buff, does a little bit of daze buff, has got impact as the primary stat. It's very, very generic, but I mean, it's the sort of W engine which is going to be useful to people getting a new account off the ground and they just need a stunner who can stun. But basically, Nangong's W engine is indistinguishable from an anomaly DPS's W engine.
Just triggers with the stun characters.
It's like, yeah, you use it on a stun character, but it grants anomaly mastery, it grants anomaly proficiency, it grants squad damage buff, and it grants more anomaly proficiency. Like, there's nothing about it that says stunner. There's no impact, there's no daze, no nothing. Although baked into Nangong's kit, her impact does scale with anomaly stats as opposed to with impact. So you are going to actually go out of your way to build impact on her. I don't think somebody else is going to have to do the math on that to see how much the anomaly stats are worth in the long term relative to building impact and days directly. But I expect it's going to be designed so that you build her as an anomaly character.
Yeah. Incidentally, speaking of Suna's voice actress, I occasionally, Astra's voice actress will do pull streams with other voice actors. Astra's voice actress is a total spaz and an idiot, and your typical voice actor type. And her one of her friends is the new voice actress for Grace in ZZZ and Woho in Star Rail. And I just love watching her troll Astra's voice actress so much. There's a really good video of it up. But they had Suna's voice actress on and just had her doing lines the whole time. And oh my goodness, that girl has range. Very interesting if you're interested in the English voice acting stuff and want to.
Well, I mean, it's not like there is no talent in the English voice acting industry. It stands to reason that there must be talent. The problem is that talent doesn't get you anywhere in the English voice acting industry.
No, but
it's who you know. That's all.
Or in some cases, who you've done.
You said it, not me.
That certainly is the case, even if it's a bit grim. But
yeah.
But yeah, it's there are good. Even though I never use Ian because Ian is bad, there are good voice actors in the industry. The problem is that it doesn't really take very many bad voice actors to ruin an experience.
Yeah. I
As Ara Steele has said in the past, like his experience with the character of Amith in that context was impacted pretty brutally by simply the fact that Amith's voice actress gives flat deliveries.
mhm.
And every time I hear Amith's deliveries in like a trailer or whatever, because they don't do as much cross language stuff on Woowa as they do in the Hoyo games. Like in the Hoyo games, they release promo material in all of the main languages. However, most of them are subtitled in English, so they seem to have an understanding that the EN fan base is the one that won't agree on which is the best language. So I do hear Amith in English, and every time it's like it sticks out like a sore thumb. It's just how flat it is compared to the expressiveness of the other languages. And I just don't really want to deal with the fact that a cast is probably going to be 25% good and 50% mediocre and 25% like earball bleedingly terrible.
Yeah. We did have a lot of winners the last ZZZ patch, though. Suna and Arya have a lot of moments in
I,
the
I like I like Arya's Ian voice actress a lot. I think that her delivery for Arya to me feels better in the English than it does in the Japanese.
Yeah. She has
I
a
think gone.
oh, she has a very broad range with Arya too. Like depending on if Arya's in robot mode or not, and she'll adjust accordingly. Like the girl really puts some effort into it. She's also a girl that does not have hardly any credits of significance. Like she has credits, but most of them are relatively minor credits. So
By contrast, I think that Nangong's JP voice actress is at least as much, if not more, better than the Ian one, as I feel the opposite for Arya. And Suna's English voice actress, I think, is actually quite good. Like I think her delivery is actually good, but the character is not quite the same.
yeah,
And I really, really just find the JP version of Suna very charming. Like having the distinctiveness of the Osaka dialect in there in the group, it adds an extra dimension to the dynamic that doesn't exist in English. Like it sort of can't.
yeah. Arya and Suna. I'm not a big fan of Nangong's voice, but every other new character this patch in ZZZ and that's come out in the trailers has been pretty good the whole way through. I really like Suna and Arya together. Look, we're suddenly less poor.
But yeah, anyway, other events, they're doing the puzzle event again, which is basically free polychrome, and you're not going to catch me turning down a free polychrome. There's a little event about a Bangbu that is leaving 1-star reviews on all the stores in Wi-Fi Peninsula for some reason. But yeah, there's not really that much that has been laid out event wise. Oh yes, the one that I keep forgetting about that I need to pay some attention to before it's too late is the fact that the Battle Tower current season, the current limited time one, is going to be ending and replaced with a new one,
Oh, I need to get in there and
which
do
will
that
have all
too.
the new new enemies that are coming out and so on. Not that I particularly want to have to fight things like Creator and Vesper in Battle Tower, because like I hate the Vesper boss fight, but the only reason I hate it is because of the control skills. I don't like the way they break up the pace of the fight in an unnatural way, and I don't like the fact that they locate the entire value of the fight to the middle of the match. And other than that, though, Vesper's probably one of the best fights in the game because she's like genuinely aggressive and genuinely mixes up her abilities. It's just they had to spoil it by putting the control skills in there,
Well, at least in Battle
which are
Tower, while those will still need to be reacted to stop yourself from losing health, your score won't be tied to those particular sections of the fight, so you don't have to.
unless they make them an insta-jib, which is actually not improbable.
Yeah. So instead they just become a part of the fight you have to react to if your score isn't tied to that nailing that section perfectly. Probably won't get insta jibbed if you get clipped
Well,
by the
you
last hit or
say
two.
that, but Battle Tower is now a score based game mode, and we haven't seen control skills there yet. They could easily just do the exact same thing.
It could. But we will see.
But yeah, that really bothers me about the Vesper fight is how good it is, except that they spoiled it by adding in a completely needless thing that paralyzes the flow of the fight. Like, why? Why not just do a really good action boss design? You don't need to make it sort of stand there in charge. This isn't Dragon Ball Z. Anyway, what else was there? They added some ranking features to sheer defense. Oh, hold on. There's a screenshot here that shows what the new disc set does that I saw. If I can get it to come back for me. Right, okay. Notes from the changed disc set. 10% ice damage on the two-piece, so we can sort of assume Promea is going to be ice. When the equipper triggers a bloom, the equipper's anomaly proficiency increases by 48 for 30 seconds. Repeated triggers reset. When the equipper triggers freeze, the equipper's anomaly damage and disorder damage increase by 16% for 30 seconds. So, yeah, it's a bloom disorder freeze set. So I presume that means Promea is going to be anomaly ice. I think. I mean, I could be wrong. It could be somebody else, but that seems to be where the signs are pointing right now. What else say? They shilled for the physical version of ZZD a bit. Don't really know why. Then they showed some more lore previews. The problem with ZZZ lore is that it very rarely delivers. It's all hinting and no telling. Like, we still don't really know anything about anything, right? Remember what the purpose of 2.x was? It was for the proxies to find out what their teacher was doing. They didn't. In fact, they're no wiser now than they were before.
Yeah, they didn't start moving on that until the end, and then they got more preoccupied with pulling the plug on everything.
And I think that would not bother me so much if like the proxies were visibly upset about it, but they appear to have completely forgotten about their teacher at this point. Like everything was just the world revolves around Yashingguang, who is possibly the worst written character in the game at this point.
Speaking of Big Wopo,
Like,
did we talk about the Nova Flares coming in Star Rail?
well, we haven't got round to Star Rail
Okay,
yet.
that's right.
But anyway, this is sort of like the end cap on the ZZZ bit. So yeah, it's as a game, it's sort of got to fight a rearguard action at this point. Like they've stalled the descent with the interlude chapter with the angels because frankly it was a very conventional but very well written sort of idle anime story, underdog story type of thing, with characters that people have come to like a lot.
They got 99th place. It was a victory.
But having stalled their slide into the abyss, they now need to start climbing back out of it. And I'm expecting 2.7 is going to be sort of like the junction patch where they have to lay down the groundwork for 3.x. But I guess we'll wait and see what they can do with that. And wait and see if they manage to convince me that Cecilia is a good person underneath all of that, or whether she's just a slime ball.
I really want them just to stick with she's just a slime ball through and through. She may have a few redeeming characteristics, but not enough to de-slime ballify her. I want her to remain the greasy girl failure equivalent to Sampo.
Anyway, we can then move on from there to Star Rail. Where's my Star Rail tab? I've lost it. Star Rail, come back. Here we go. My Star Rail tab. Okay. No, it's talking to me now. Please stop. Please stop talking to me. Okay. So Star Rail also did their preview this week for going into 4.1. 4.1 is going to be a short 4-week patch, basically to get them back on schedule so that they can have a standard 6-week patch for their anniversary. So 4.0 was very much an introductory patch, sort of like to get your feet wet and introduce the mechanics of the world, as it were, of Plan Arcadia. And 4.1 is going to be sort of like the first event that happens after your introduction. So they're introducing Ashvale as playable. It's really there are so many messages are out there at the moment on what exactly it is that Ashvale does and how well does he do it. And I'm expecting at this point the majority of them are probably devolved into complete misinformation. As is its wont. But generally speaking, he's a follow-up character for people who want to run a follow-up engine in the year of our Lord 2026, and don't mind the fact that he's a male character. But yeah, his position seems to be sub DPS, but realistically you can use him perfectly well as a hyper carry if you want to hyper carry him. But there's nothing especially groundbreaking about his kit. He's just another variation on follow-up. So there's not really anything too much worth writing at home about there.
Let's look at it this way. Pretend he didn't have a penis for a minute and he was not a Nicky boy. I already have Numby. And in fact,
he's better than Numby.
Yeah. How much better than Numby are we talking?
Well, like I said, there's a huge amount of misinformation floating around at the moment. Basically, if you're going to run a follow-up shell, then the optimal position is going to be to play Ashvale alongside Fei, but the numbers don't clarify how viable that really is. Like, people are saying generally that if you are heavily invested in Fei Xiao and hell-bent on playing follow-up, then Ashvale is just sort of like the logical next step. But Ashvale himself is not going to uplift a sort of like a mediocre level of investment in follow-up to, high performing standard. Like he's going to, if you were to straight swap him for Topaz, he's significantly better than Topaz. That would be like just having 2 Fei Xiaos on your team instead of having Topaz. And he generates a lot of juice for Fei Xiao, like a lot more than Numby does. Apparently.
That's
in terms of like buffing, he doesn't really buff to the extent that Numby does, but that's sort of not really the point because he's taking a bigger share of damage for himself because, Numby basically hits like a wet noodle compared to Fei Xiao.
Yeah,
whereas the difference between Ashvale and Fei Xiao is much, much narrower.
The main selling point of Numby on the team right now is the raw number of actions Numby gets. And if Ashvale creeps that puts Numby out of a job.
Well, number of actions is basically his entire kit. Is about number of actions. In fact, that's sort of why he's had to go through so many iterations on closed beta, because they were either getting out of hand or they weren't sufficient. But yeah, I think that it's going to require a lot more time in the wild to work out how it all actually plays out, because one thing that they're emphasizing is that his follow-ups sort of, they roll over between waves. So if you kill the last target with his follow-ups, then his follow-ups will just keep going on when next wave comes in. And he can do sort of like multiple in a row sort of thing. Not just the one that everybody else is limited to. So his number of actions is really, really high, which is why he's such a good face shout battery. But it does require, in order for it to be valuable, and this is the thing everybody's like, it doesn't really seem to have that much pull value in a vacuum, is because his value as an engine for face shout depends on how good your face shout is. So if you've got like E2S1 face shout, then Ash Veil is going to be the obvious next step to keep your face shout relevant. But if you've just got like E0 S0 face shout, then you probably should just leave that team on the shelf.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it really needs some time for the math to be worked through and people to see how well does this actually perform. I mean, more importantly, does it perform outside of an outrageously shilled context? Because I'm sure he will be.
There's also the fact that, the facial team at present, before, we eventually see the power creep that kills it, still works with Topaz and Numby. And Topaz and Numby are free whenever they give out the whatchamacallits. You can get
What are they called? Golden spirits or whatever.
Yeah, so anytime you get one of those, you can get Topaz and Numby or another copy of Topaz and Numby. I have got an idol on for Topaz and Numby to make Numby's debuffs better. So
anyway,
you can budget for it if you have just a workable facial team, making the pull value of Asheville go down by proxy, as long as Numby still works. So I'm kind of worried they're just going to murder Numby.
I'm pretty sure that they are going to murder Numby. Like they don't have much of a vested interest in preserving characters that have moved onto the Golden Spirit shop.
Yeah.
Because they know that they can't ever make any more money out of them.
They power crept him with Herda on his passive, and now they're power creeping him in game with a penis. Why would they do this?
Well, I mean, it do be how they do. So of course he's going to have a light cone, which his light cone went up and down in power as much as he did, since they tend to design them together. But more importantly for normal people, the Herta shop is getting an elation light cone. So this, like most Herta shop light cones, it's sort of like 4.5 stars rather than 5 stars, but it's got reasonable base stats, and it increases Wearer's attack by 20% just for equipping it, and every time they use their skill or ultimate on an ally, the target's elation stat increases by 12%. So this is clearly designed to be used on characters that buff other characters, so that suggests to me that there's a better than even chance that Elation Trailblazer will do that. Because usually the Herta Shop Light Cone is decent for the Trailblazer. So event-wise, I mean, the main event is this thing called Wisp-Bay War Saga, which looks perilously like an auto battler, because Hoyo just seems to be in love with them right now. Which is basically you lead an army of Wisp-Bays of various kinds and you lay them out on a tactical grid and then they fight each other. So yeah, it's pretty much the auto battler slop that Hoyo's been jamming into every single game lately. Not really much else to be said about it.
Maybe they'll at least include a speed up button.
I'll see if I can spot one on the interface. I don't see one on the interface, but it does look an awful lot like they're just burning through HP so fast that it's just designed to execute quickly.
Yeah, I think
let's just say that the pace does not look like peaks of prestige. It looks like you're going to have more difficulty analyzing why your team died than waiting for your team to die.
Yeah, the Genshin one has been the worst offender of them all. Peaks of Prestige is probably the second worst. I think the Bang Boo one did have a speed up button, didn't it?
I don't recall.
I don't remember the Bang Boo one very much, despite it happening twice in quick succession. But I'm really getting tired of these. I hate them. I'm hating them more and more the more we have to do them.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll fall out of love with them eventually. It's just a matter of time. But yeah. Anyway,
Why not an interplanar jump
the
event? That's a fun little mini game. You've got Rockin' and built for the whole system already.
well, I mean, they're obviously going to jam more of those in every time there's a new area.
I know.
So I wouldn't worry too much about that. Because it's going to be an ongoing thing. The event warps this time I think, based on the way that they've laid this out, that Ashvale is going to be available for the full 4 weeks, and for the first 2 weeks, the second one is going to be Hyacinth. So anybody who was foolish enough to try and build the classic Remembrance teams without Hyacinth and without her signature, now is your time to rectify your folly.
Just anybody that has a Star Rail account and doesn't have the fattest pony, your account's power level is hurting.
You're riding the struggle bus for no reason.
Like it doesn't.
Space Barbara is there for you. She's always there to help.
Like an account without Space Barbara is just going to be in pain. It doesn't matter if you don't plan on building Remembrance. Space Barbara and the Fat Pony are just that powerful. They are the biggest piece of power creep that came out of the Remembrance era. Probably bigger than Shoop Dragon, honestly.
Well, in terms of like raw output, Shoop Dragon's only the best at E0. As soon as you add Eidolons into the equation, E2 Evernight is actually about 3 or 4 times more powerful than Castorus at E2.
I see.
Like Evernight's ceiling is completely insane. Like if you're a whale who invests in Eidolons, investing in Evernight is the best way that you can invest that money. Like you might as well just play Evernight Hypercarry at that point because her ceiling is just completely insane.
Yeah, like I don't know about you when you're constructing in-game teams because you have more team archetypes than I do available. But for me, whenever the in-game mode comes around that needs multiple teams, the question I ask first literally every single time an in-game mode comes around that decides the entire rest of where things go is where do I put the pony? Where does Fat as Fuck go? Because the Acheron team wants him because he applies a debuff if you got the light cone. Like the Remembrance team wants him for obvious reasons.
I generally regard Fattest Pony as being a part of the furniture in the Remembrance team, and I usually don't consider putting it anywhere else. The only time Hyacinth is up for relocation is if for some reason I'm not going to or can't use the Remembrance team for a particular challenge. Then I will consider where else Hyacinth might go. Otherwise, Hyacinth is a lock for that team because she benefits it more than any other team, and it's not close.
And like the Aggie team wants her because the Aggie team's the one with what's her face normally, Cyrene. So really want to stick her on there now that I've got E1. Like just every single team except for the follow-up team is like, oh yeah, except for the follow-up team, it's where do we put the Fat Pony? Because they all want her.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the other reason I don't have to think about it very much is because my most heavily invested team is Super Break, and because Super Break pushes enemy turns back by merit of breaking all the time, it's more amenable to being run sustainless. So I can, about more than half of the time, I can run sustainless Super Break against a lot of challenges. So that frees up an extra healer for my roster.
Yeah, that team also has the bunny.
I don't always run the bunny though. I can run the bunny. I run the bunny if I know that I'm going to take a punch to the face. If I think that I can outpace the enemy and just put them in the ground before they can do anything, then like that's if I'm going to shoot for Anomaly Arbitration 0 cycle, then I'm not going to be running the bunny because the bunny will slow the team down compared to running Trailblazer. But, you know, when Elation Trailblazer becomes a thing, I may simply not have access to that anymore. Then it will be down to Ryan May, who does provide speed to her team, but probably not going to be as effective at it as Harmony Trailblazer with Dance Dance Dance, which is what I'm currently using to accelerate that team. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that count. So the plot for the next one is basically seems to be that Pearl has decided to ingratiate herself with the Astral Express by basically running an Astral Express con, and has basically created a theme park with areas devoted to the Astro Express's recent hijinks on Bellabog, on the Shanshalofu, and on Penacony, which is why we've got the big inflatable Cocolia in the promo art, because that's part of the theme park. But yeah, what's going to be revealed through all of this? Well, it's not really very clear, but because everything is about attention and clout on Planet Arcadia, any big event is going to start drawing in supplicants for the Phantasmoon games, because where lots of people gather, you're going to have a bigger opportunity to farm clout. So, yeah. There's not really much else that's been announced as far as events are concerned, other than the deployment of the new 4.x version of Divergent Universe. So this is, of course, going to be AHA themed, because AHA theme. So it's not going to have like the Chrosos air buffs anymore, like those are gone. Instead, they will have like masks and things. What I alluded to earlier in the show, as far as choosing which doorway to go through, apparently they're deprecating that in favor of a new system where it seems like you collect cards of sorts, which you can hold a certain number of, and then each of those cards are going to be like your possible selections for next domain to move into. And you can combine them to increase their rarity, and you can upgrade them, and you can swap them, and you can ditch them, and you get new ones, etc. But the idea being that you can craft your options in a more steerable way as you proceed through Divergent Universe by simply picking the card for the domain that you want to go into. It's all a little bit vague at the moment. Gonna have to wait and try it for myself before I determine whether or not this sucks compared to the classic way, or whether it's good. We'll have to wait and see. But other than that, it's going to be the usual new curios, new equations, etc., etc. One of the masks is like that's Optimus Prime. That mask is Optimus Prime. So, yeah. Anyway,
just not even trying to hide it.
I don't see how it could be anyone else.
I mean, if Wuwa can get away with the literal Millennium Puzzle.
True.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost, but not quite. It is legally distinct. Just.
Yeah. Speaking of things that are legally distinct, the drip marketing for this week was Evanescia, Silverwolf level 999, and Elation Trailblazer. And Elation Trailblazer looks an awful lot like she's got a lightsaber, but I'm sure it's legally distinct from anything that may have been trademarked by Lucasfilm Limited.
It is it is an energy sword.
It is probably more likely a concert glow stick. Because this is the Trailblazer we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Using normal things as weapons is sort of like, yeah, this is not really the done thing.
Giant ass sword, yes. Baseball bat, yes. Hat, yeah, not so much.
Quillen book.
Quillen book, no.
Well, there was the pink
rabbit.
Yeah. There's the cat, rabbit, dog, raccoon thing.
Rabbit thing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, they also drip marketed Silverwolf level 999, which is Silverwolf's SP. The idea, as was established earlier, is that Silverwolf has basically been relegated to a support role in all of Elio's scripts up until this point, and this is the first time where Elio's basically told her go nuts, and so she's going to be drawing on her full capacity as a reality hacker to participate in the Phantasmoon games. And Silverwolf has always been more intent on winning than competing fairly in every context, so she's probably going to cheat wildly. So she's coming out as Elation Imaginary, and people are kind of rustled that her promo art is very plain and basically looks the same as regular Silverwolf, except she's got the Infinity Gauntlet and an extra hair drill. But it's been reasonably well established that she's got a second form that she uses in combat this time. So we haven't really seen any good shots of that yet. And Evanescia is coming out as Physical Elation, and she's the pink woman for this patch, so
She's going to be OP.
I'm sure she's going to be OP, and she's going to probably get a lot of screen time and a lot of investigation into her past, etc., etc., being not only the pink woman for this particular patch, but also the Yai Sakura for the setting. So, yeah. There are a lot of rumors historically about what she was going to do, what her theming was going to be, etc., etc. She seems to be sort of like an eternal high school girl, self-styled. There doesn't seem to be any good reason to believe she's an actual high schooler. She may have been at one point, but it's sort of implied that she intends to remain a high schooler forever. But yeah, anyway, there's not really any information since we're at the drip marketing stage on that, and the leakers to a man bobbled the ball on the CBT deployment date for 4.2, so nobody has any further information at this stage. We'll have to wait and see once kits start leaking out, because presently there is absolutely nothing in the wild except for wild rumors.
I like my theory about
Yeah.
the Nova Flares, or one of them.
I can't remember what you said about that, about Mr. Tail.
They're just going to give him the Tommy gun because it's the only thing that Wopo doesn't have, his personal outfit.
I mean, they might. I don't know. But yeah, so they like Ari was sort of mentioning, they also confirmed Firefly, Ho-Ho, Sailor, and Welt are going to get Nova Flares. Welt is an interesting choice because it means that they're going to that Star Rail is now cracking the seal on giving buffs to permanent characters. And yeah, Sailor is in desperate need of it. There are a lot of people that like they were huge Sailor fans in Honkai Impact, and they like totally taken with Sailor in Bellabog, and they went all in on Sailor with like multiple Eidolons. I've seen some people who got her all the way to E6 because they just love Sailor, and then the whole meta of the game pivoted away from Sailor being relevant, and then she got power crept in numbers as well, and now you basically can't use her, although I still occasionally see somebody post a video of them zero cycling with Sele. Extremely wheelchaired Sele. But it would be nice to see her be usable again for those devotees. Because there are plenty of Bronyas in the game, but there is only one Sele in the game so far. And Wo-Wo, like, does she really need a buff?
That's what, like, she has her niche. She's not applicable to every team, but she works in most.
She's
teams.
the queen of every team she is applicable to.
Yeah, if you have an energy hungry team, or you just want a generic attack buff, like Wopo's your girl. You're not gonna find somebody that does the job better.
She's a really powerful team accelerator through the back door.
Like I don't.
But
she has generic attack buff. She's the only character that does energy regen. Like, girlfriend doesn't heal near the output of most of the other healers, but she doesn't really need it. She gets the job done. Like she's
yeah, she's the top of my most hoped will get put in the Golden Spirit shop soon characters.
Yeah, like she's SP negative unless you get her E1, but
if she's in the Golden Spirit shop, then that doesn't remain a pipe dream.
Yeah, like I mean, I pulled E1 Wopo because I use her like all the time as when the fat pony will not fit, that's where the Wowo goes. Because Wowo will fit
Also,
even if she's not a perfect fit.
she's also adorable.
She is
Is that
adorable.
too?
Paul was watching me run around the new planet while I was doing the main story, and I just had Wowo out the whole time because she makes everything better. It's just really funny anytime Wowo's the one
And you
doing
don't,
stuff.
and very pointedly, you don't need to have Acheron out the whole time anymore. Like, I consider this to be a surrender rather than a solution to the fact that overworld combat is totally irrelevant. But nevertheless, you don't actually have to have Acheron out all of the time anymore, the way you used to, because all of the overworld enemies are now passive. Like, you can fight them if you want, but they're not aggressive. And they've got, there's a lore dodge for that, and that nominally Planet Arcadia is civilized, so bad-tempered Imaginae aren't supposed to attack you because law enforcement will come down on them. For some reason, law enforcement doesn't come down on you if you attack them, though. So, anyway, Firefly getting a buff is strange, in one sense, which is to say she doesn't really need it. Although, the problem with Firefly, like, she does have fundamental design problems, which are not going to be fixed by giving her more power. Because basically, Break is really poorly designed and doesn't have a very strong identity of its own. And Firefly sort of exemplifies all of the problems with it. So her kit does need rejiggering. It doesn't really need more power. What it needs is for that power to be able to be apprehended in a way that has its own sort of identity and is applicable to broad scenarios, as opposed to the approach that I did, which was simply to make her into a goddess so that she can power through everything. But yeah, she doesn't really need more power. What she needs is for her power to be able to be directed in a meaningful way, so that she doesn't end up continually falling into gaps in your action value sequence, which is what happens a lot of the time. She's basically she's a lens through which you focus the power of the rest of your Super Break team. Because, like, it's not like Constance does a lot of damage. It's not like Fugue does any damage. Elation Trailblazer doesn't do much damage. One May doesn't do much damage. All of it will focus through a damaged character, and Firefly is great at that. But what she brings to the table is very much nothing. She's just a way of executing on all of those stats that everybody else has. So, yeah, she kind of needs her design to be rejiggered and structured in a way that gives her some longevity, because it, like, it makes sense, as opposed to because we just turned her multipliers up. So yeah, I'm thinking that they will probably try and move her more in line with her Currency Wars design, where she can actually do something other than just spam her skill over and over again, which is what she currently does. But we'll have to wait and see what they do in the end. Also, I mean, Firefly is... I think the hold rate for Firefly is the highest of any character in the game. Like, she is just the most popular character. That's why, the fan base calls her Firewife, because she's just more beloved than all the other characters. She also has the largest hatedom of any character in the game. There are more people who hate Firefly than any other character. But,
I don't
tough.
I don't see that with Wu. Like Cartwheel, I think is the most owned character in the game, but I don't see as much of a generic hate floating around for Cartwheel.
Hatedom and Woo is not directed at characters. It's directed at the fan base. Like, there are people who like Woo purely to hate on the majority of Woo fans. Like, and every time they have one of their shit fits, it ends up looking them coming off the worst, because it was something like the last issue was Luke, right? They thought that Luke was going to be the big thing, and yeah, they were all saying how they were going to prove that all of the people who liked Chisa and who liked Amith and who liked whoever, they're all disgusting incels in a minority of the game community that for some reason Kuro keeps listening to. And Luke is going to prove that actually there's a huge fan base for people who just want a well-designed male character.
Never happens.
Hold rate is 3.77%.
I mean, he's not a bad character. He looks fun to play, but he's got a penis.
He's the third highest DPS in the game, in an ideal team, and with a reasonably close margin. He's absolutely abysmal in Whimpering Wastes, apparently. The actual testing has shown in practice that basically when he's not doing AoE, enemies tend to just run away from him and he can't gather them. So, and because he can't quick swap, you can't bring in a Shorekeeper to gather up and then back to Luke to continue executing.
And
So
he doesn't have a sub
he
DPS like Chiakona that can activate a vacuum
and
every
when
once
he
in a while or something.
not yet, maybe he will in future. And when he's doing AoE, apparently there's just too much of his damage curve is in AoE bursts. So every time he comes out to AoE, he will wipe one wave and then basically have nothing in the tank for the next one.
Yeah.
So basically, he does not work with the cadence of Whimpering Wastes. On the other hand, he's an absolute god anytime you're fighting a boss, like a single big chunky target. He doesn't have so much of his kit scattered around doing all sorts of like weird hits everything on the screen attacks. Most of his damage loop is focused on just basic attack the crap out of the one thing in front of you. So yeah. Anyway, yeah, so there's not much else to talk about for 4.1. Like I said, it's a short patch.
Why are you buffing
Do you have
Wowo?
anything you'd like to say? Go on.
So why are you
What'd you say?
buffing Wowo? It's just
Well, because she's adorable, and how can you not want to give her the world?
I mean, I'll take it. I just don't know why. Of all the characters that I've wished got buffed, like Wowo, I'll take it, but she doesn't need it. She really doesn't.
Well, I mean, you'll just have more reasons to use her.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it.
Like I've said before, it could be them signaling a change in meta, though. Maybe they foresee a world in which the meta becomes too hooked on having energy batteries, and they want to deprecate the value of energy batteries so that they don't become the be all and end all of every team. In a world like that, where people are less and less dependent on external access to energy, Wowo's value will drop, so maybe they want to add her value somewhere else. That is a speculation. Anyway, that's about all for 4.1. I recall you played through the story. Do you have anything you want to say about it? And can you explain why everybody was like, oh, this is Dingle Rumpus inspiration?
So, yeah. So I liked the setup for the story. Because Spurky and Chicken cleaned me out, I wanted to go ahead and get the story done. I'd give it in a few weeks, so there won't be as big of a gap between current story and next story. Um, yeah. So the reason people are throwing the Danganronpa comparisons out is because the framing of the still images and the CGs used in the sections with Himiko at the school is very, very reminiscent of a lot of very similar scenes in Danganronpa, especially 1, and the later and some of the stuff with the class of 78 in 2.
The neon pink rang a bell for some reason as well,
It
but I don't
does.
remember anything about it.
Yeah, because all the blood in Danganronpa is neon pink stylized. So yeah, the blood being neon pink like that does evoke the stylization of blood in Danganronpa. The class photos and the way they're shown with one character conspicuously hidden, that's very Danganronpa. That's a whole plot point in Danganronpa. The first one. Just the framing and horror theme of the school and the dark past of a particular classroom and a mass murder that took place there is also a plot point in Danganronpa. So it's cribbed right out of Kodaka's storytelling book. So there's good reason they're drawing comparisons. It's not exactly the same, Obviously, there's differences.
Well, I mean, it's obviously a homage. If it weren't an homage, then they wouldn't have dared to do the neon pink thing.
Yeah, because all blood in Danganronpa is neon pink, and just the general grim tone of the setting and the particular scenes they're referencing and how they match in tone to Danganronpa. It's very clearly they're evoking the same type of thing and possibly doing a direct reference. Yeah, I totally get it. As soon as the pink blood popped up, I started thinking Danganronpa too. Um, I liked the setup. Um, so the naming convention of the school got stuck in my head the whole time the story was going, and this did not help. Because, for those that don't know, um, I cheated in high school, not on my grades, with my attendance. And I cheated by using a made up disability given to me by a guidance counselor called dysgraphia.
Oh,
And the
yeah,
name
okay.
and the name of the academy that you explore is called Graphia Academy.
Dysgraphia basically translates to shit handwriting.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
that's not a disability.
Yeah,
You just have shit handwriting.
yes. There are people other than me I know in real life in quite big numbers whose ostensibly English handwriting also looks like Egyptian hieroglyphs that have no consistency. But they didn't get
My
labeled with
handwriting's bad, but it's not that bad.
But they didn't get labeled with dysgraphia. Now,
Well, the thing is that you can practice your way out of it by becoming good at handwriting. I don't believe that you can't. And the reason why I don't believe that you can't is because I was in remedial handwriting classes. Like, by the time I was like 7, I was behind everybody else in my ability to write decently. And so I, as the sole person in the class, was given special remedial handwriting drills for like ages to try and get me to the point of legibility. And eventually I did get there, and now I can write reasonably legibly.
yeah,
Yeah, I kind of had a weird phase during school where my handwriting has not changed at all since I was maybe, I don't know, 12 years old. But I learned cursive for a while, and apparently my cursive is beautiful. It is also completely illegible.
my cursive is technically correct if you look at the strokes, although being able to tell that it's actually letters, you're going to have to stare at it a while.
Yep, that's how cursive be.
My cursive is readable, therefore it's constructed incorrectly. Like,
Yeah,
there
it's
are
wrong.
certain cursive letters that I just write wrongly because I know that people won't be able to read them if I write them correctly.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Never, ever do a cursive capital J. Nobody will know what it is.
Oh no, it's all loopy loopy. No,
Never.
but I've largely completely lost all that skill
Yeah.
in giant air quotes of doing cursive. It's just something you don't use.
Ever since I've had to sign my name in cursive. I always do the halfway house effed up capital J for my last name and just draw a normal J but continue the tail
I think everyone does that.
because nobody knows
The-
what a capital J looks like in cursive.
I went to engineering school, so for about 3 years I wrote in nothing but block caps.
Yep.
So yeah.
That should be the preferred way of doing things.
Yeah. So getting labeled with dysgraphia, in the era of No Child Left Behind and the George Bush years, during my high school days, made it so I was given a whole lot of leeway, just in general, and was friends with the vice principal. So I just skipped 120 days of my senior year in high school. Don't I would say don't emulate me, kids, but I think I actually turned out better for it.
I was always in attendance in my senior year. I just wasn't always sober at the time.
Yeah, I was always there. I could not escape.
So when this academy comes up called Graphia Academy, I'm like, I am an agent of the dysgraphia, and I am here to infiltrate enemy territory. And this stupid non sequitur thought would just get stuck in my head every time I went in that building.
I think I really enjoyed simply having such a fresh change of pace from a full year of Emphoriusing. Like, it was I just enjoyed seeing all of those old characters again. Like, they did not put too much information in any of the previews or trailers or anything, so I was like surprised and thrilled to see that I get to see Fugue, who's one of my favorites, step on center stage again and just get up to shenanigans, just bullshit her way into a crime syndicate.
Yeah, I liked most of the storytelling here. I liked the way they treated Sunday a lot in the story, and Yao Gong just not Yao Gong. Is that her name? Help me. Chinese names.
The general, yeah, his general is Yao Guang.
Yeah, yeah. I like her just stuffing Sunday out of nowhere. Uh, Spurky was fun. I liked all the stuff in the Fool's Tavern. Um, I'm interested to see where they go with Himiko's past and the Danganronpa illusions. It's a decent setup. The part of the reason I was putting the main story on hold and waiting for the next patch to get closer is because I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to fit uh, a good setup in for this patch, given what they had to adjust in the interim, and wanted to give them a less of a gap between the two, just in case. But they did reasonably okay, I thought. Spurky is definitely a starter villain.
I enjoyed the sort of the Looney Tunes fight cloud that you see as you're sort of like traveling around the school, and every time you go around in a corner, it's Sparkle and Sparksy having another Looney Tunes fight cloud in the corner.
Yeah, Hoyo seems to be on the Looney Tunes lately. They did it a lot in ZZZ in the last patch too. So yeah, that was fun. Spurky's boss fight is interesting. I managed to gold the anomaly arbitration with a just passively built elation team. By passively built, I mean took whatever I had at the time and just leveled it up. I think I actually do have okay chicken gear. I think my chicken's gear is reasonably okay.
Been fighting such a losing battle trying to get reasonable gear on my elation characters. I don't know why the RNG's been especially cruel to me this time. I have literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pieces that I've scrapped.
Spurky's been having a much rougher time of it. I cannot get a crit rate chest piece to save my life.
I gave up on that one. I think I crafted it because I was not having any luck at all, and even the one that I crafted didn't roll well.
Yeah, so Spurky is Spurky and Chicken work. They're a great farming team. They make it even easier to put on your pants because their animations are longer than Fat Pony. So, but they are even more automated. So the enemy still doesn't get a turn, so you don't need to run a support, but their animations taking a bit longer means I have more time to put on my pants. So yeah, there's that. I think you got like platinum on the latest in-game mode or whatever it was.
Yeah, I got platinum basically because they didn't, and I wrote a lengthy sort of like a criticism of this in the feedback form. They didn't go all in on at Sparksicon officials mechanics. Basically Firefly can run them over. Like I ignored her mechanics entirely because Firefly could one-shot everything. If I sent Firefly into that dimension, she could just kill them. As long as she was in alt mode by the time she got captured, which was always the case because they've made it so much easier for Firefly to max out her energy, she would insta-jib everything on that side and return to the fight with Sparksy being weakened. So basically they didn't play that mechanic hard enough. And this is always my complaint that I've been putting in every single thing, is that they aren't willing to go all in on the disruptiveness of the mechanics. They always soft pedal it because they're married to the speed idea. And that the thing is that I think that they need to just let go of it. Just let go of it. You're going to need to do some retuning. You might get a lot of butt hurt people who have gone down from gold to bronze because their all power to the front gun strategy doesn't work any longer. But I think that they really need to just go all in on enemy disruption so that people have to think about their perfect team engine being disrupted and play around it. They should design characters that way with more robust game loops, not Aglia game loops where nothing can go wrong ever or you're up shit's creek. And they should design enemies to attempt to actually fight as opposed to not just execute a series of moves at a certain action value.
Oh man, if they buff
So-
Wopo, are we going to see the return of the Aggie team in the real life game?
I mean, maybe.
Is she finally going to come back?
But yeah, the Sparxicon mechanic with the subfield and that I think is a really interesting mechanic, but they should have leaned into it with all their weight, not just put some trivial enemies in there that, oh well, send the DPS and it'll wreck shop. Now I was able to I tried this in Memory of Chaos, because Memory of Chaos has got the same final boss as Anomaly Arbitration this cycle. And so I tried a few different things in the Memory of Chaos one. Since the Memory of Chaos one, apart from having an obnoxious trash wave in front of it, is a good approximation for Anomaly Arbitration, which is why I was able to one pass Platinum Anomaly Arbitration this time, was because I had already practiced every team combo in Memory of Chaos just for exploring how it worked. And I was able to accomplish the same thing with Sparksy that I was with Firefly. It's just that when Firefly is in alt mode, her speed is through the roof, like it's well into the 200s.
Yeah.
So she's just so fast that as soon as the mechanic executes, she just ends the mechanic instantly. Because basically the mistake in design is that the mechanics of the boss are not resistant to damage. All you need is to damage the boss and the mechanics end. And you simply shouldn't design a boss that way, because then you end up with the Genshin phase skipping syndrome, where you don't engage with the mechanics, you just try and damage your way through them.
So yeah, but I think Elation is a step in a okay direction. It depends on
I
how
think
they
there's
interweave it with the
potential
shilling.
embedded in it. I think there's potential embedded in it, but I think that they really, 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 really need to not stop here, because currently you could model it as just a single burst dot damage. It's a
Yeah.
delay and then you do some damage. But
Yeah.
that's not going to be enough. There needs to be interaction between bosses or enemy mechanics and elation mechanics, and between different characters' elation mechanics to a much richer extent than there currently is.
Yeah, because the biggest disruption to other teams and their viability, I feel, throughout Remembrance, yeah, their damage was through the roof, and that was a problem. Yeah, the Fat Pony does a colossal amount of damage on a healer. The bigger problem is the speed creep, because Fat Pony and Aggie and
It's like casually ask for 200 speed.
yeah, like and Cyrene, like
I remember when 136 was considered blisteringly fast.
yeah, like hyperspeed Sparkle with like optimal speed rolls used to be like 150. That was like, you're gonna spend years farming this and never get it, and then it's just like Hyacinth comes out and the Fat Pony is like, oh, you need 200 speed to turn the kit on. Okay.
Yeah, this is sort of part of why I mentioned that Seele was having a rough time earlier, because Seele was a speed type character. Like her entire shtick was to get to act lots of times based on her mechanics, but now everybody else just has a speed so high that it doesn't matter. Like they can still act faster than her just based on raw stats.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know, and if they lean really, really heavily into like the redesign of Welt's kit into Delay, which is what his traditional role was, like you could end up making the problem even worse on the other end. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how they play it. I think that over time, the sort of mechanical feedback they get from the player base will mature, and hopefully we'll see some positive developments on that count. So there is one more to hit up, and that is the Woowa, who also had their preview event, a preview stream.
I've not seen
Um,
any of this one. Only saw a bit of the ZZZ one.
So that's 3 this week, which means they're all going to launch next. They're all going to launch probably a week after next. That's the normal schedule, right? When they do a preview, they'll come out a week after next.
Luke's banner has 3 days on it.
Oh, okay. So maybe they left it real late. Okay, so Greek is going to come out while I'm in hell up in Auckland, because Auckland. Fern, imagine that your business sent you to have to stay in Sydney for 2 days. Would you be happy?
No,
Yeah, well,
no,
that's
I
what they're
would
doing
not.
to me, except it's Auckland, which is our Sydney.
I've
But
only been to Sydney once, and I never really want to go back.
it's grimy, it's full of immigrants, everybody there is rude, nobody can drive.
Yeah, it's like Melbourne without the coffee shops
And with bin chickens.
and with more binge. Boom.
Anyway, okay, so the Woo one. Of course, they have their previews to the main story. This time we've got Chapter 3, Act 4, Gold Suspended in Shadows, which will be followed by another segue after story called Rabbit Reflected in Shades. So the first one is basically something that exists alongside Star Torch Academy is Star Torch Academy's Mementos, essentially. So Star Torch Academy is like a gathering of the best and brightest students from all across Solaris, and a lot of them are powerful resonators. There is basically a massive amount of psychic bleed over in the area from all of these sort of traditionally they have said that you get poltergeist activity around adolescence, right? Because they're going through a stage of sort of like psychological hyperactivity in their lives, right? This is kind of like that, except you've got an entire academy full of hyperpowered teenagers and young end college students who are all gathered in one location and are all stressed about exams, etc., or getting research grants, or having to do their thesis defense, or whatever. So basically, this sort of confluence of emotion generates this thing called the dark side of the academy, which is a sonorosphere which exists, which is basically a warped version of the whole academy, which contains all of the dreams and hopes and fears and anxieties of the student population, and is basically a roiling cauldron of psychic activity. And the academy has a method of sort of diffusing this through various sort of like riddle solving events and that throughout the course of the year. They culminate in a big finale after the exams at the end of the year. But as we find out in the previous chapter, there's a mole somewhere in the academy who is meddling, and apparently one of the things that they are meddling with is trying to interfere with this massive sonorosphere of raw power that exists alongside Star Torch Academy. And basically Rover is being commissioned to try and figure out who is involved, who is responsible, and solve whatever the problem is. And Sigrikas basically gets drafted alongside him to do this. The sort of the foreshadowing seems to be that pretty much every time you see Sigrika previously in the story, she's like anxious about something or being counseled about something. So she's clearly a little bit of a basket case, and that's largely because she's a very positive, upbeat, good girl who just happens to have the entire weight of the expectation of her tribe on her shoulders, which has affected her. because as we're introduced to very, very early on, Sagrika was the second to leading candidate for the next member of the Heliotic Six, and in Mornier's story, we end up getting rid of one of the Heliotic Six candidates that was ahead of her, more or less. So that means that she's in pole position, and she's considered a prodigy in her tribe, etc., etc., because of her natural ability to understand Royan runes since birth. So she's basically the golden child of the Roya, and everyone expects the world of her, and she has difficulty coping at times. So she's a non-trivial contributor to the sort of dark side of the Academy sonorosphere.
It's going
So
to be a giant soul skin for the final boss, isn't it?
I mean, maybe it could be.
That would be adorable.
But yeah, so that's the main chapter, and it looks like the second part is going to be a short follow-up story as well, which is basically an epilogue to the main one. It seems like it's going to be centered on Lucilla and is largely going to be focused around the moving things around and building things up for the resolution of the previous chapter and the moving forward into the next chapter, because the elephant in the room is Ameth is gone and Aleph 1 is trying to get through, and nobody's really got a plan to solve either of these problems. So yeah, Lucilla's feeling the pressure herself, since she's supposed to be in charge of the whole kit and caboodle. But yeah, so that's the main gist of the quest. So the only new character being released this time is Sagrika, and alongside her signature weapon. She is absolutely adorable, like tooth-rottingly adorable. Her preview trailer came out during the show, and I posted it when it came out into the mobile games channel, and you can go and look at it there. It is tooth-rottingly cute. Everything about it is just painfully adorable. Her whole combat style is adorable. She's sort of like, a waifish looking girl, and she just fights with a short dagger, but she is aggressively helped by all of her Solaskin friends. And it's all just painfully cute. She's a main DPS type in the echo damage type primarily. Aero element, but I don't know that really makes any difference at this point. But yeah, most people like me emptied their bank account for Ameth and don't have anything left in the tank right now. So even if she's adorable, we have to skip her. Especially with Hiyuki and Denia coming out in the next patch, both of whom I wanted to pull. I'd probably just need to save the entire patch's worth of Asterite just to get through. So,
but
unfortunately,
on the second half of the banner, you got Best Girl.
I can't even remember who it was.
Ebe.
Oh right, yeah, it's Peeb and Zani are back again, aren't they? For all of the people who they just need to get some more wave bands for their Peeb, I guess.
The people that genuinely made Peeb are scary.
I'm sure they are. But yeah, so Sagrika's adorable, but unfortunately I feel like she's not going to do as well on the revenues as she probably deserves, because of everybody having already burned themselves out trying to get Ameth. So event-wise, we've got quite a few events coming out. We've got the rhythm game, which is basically audio surf. But I mean, I love a lot of the songs in Woowa. I listen to them when I'm not even playing. I listen to them on the bike. There's also a Muse Dash collab embedded in it, where there's like 3 popular songs from Muse Dash are also added to the roster.
Oh no!
I've never played Muse Dash.
Oh no! Muse Dash songs, because the popular Muse Dash songs are all notoriously difficult. and I'm going to
Well,
be compelled to do them on the hardest difficulty because I'm me.
I mean, enjoy. I don't feel any such compulsion. I just like to enjoy the music. So yeah, there's that. There's a mini game which is just basically like a 16-bit or 8-bit or whatever bit catch food falling from the sky type of mini game. There's a Tetris style mini game called La Hyrule Blocks, which is not quite Tetris but basically works the same way. There's a combat event of sorts called Knights of the Wild, where you support a bunch of those mecha scouts out in the wild. You know, the ones that throw you around.
No.
There's what else was there? There's a few other bits and pieces. They have decided to promote. I think everybody thought this was already going to be the case. They have decided to promote the whatchamacallit, double pawns matrix thing into a permanent cycling event. And they changed the name of it as well. Where is it? It's now called Interstate Matrix. But yeah, that's going to be an ongoing cycling event now that I still don't have access to because I don't have enough teams to complete Tower. I could probably solve that if I really wanted to, but
I finally cleared Tower, but oh man, is that in-game mode hard.
But you love that shit.
I do. It's just I can barely get 3 out of 14 rewards even after malding on it for a bit.
But so long as it's real difficulty, then that seems perfectly fine to me.
Yeah, it's
yeah, I could probably get through Tower if I really put the time into building up the characters that I've sort of left moldering on the shelf. But it's just not a huge priority for me. Because I would just get
your Timu Sephiroth.
I'll just get teabagged if I open up the new game mode anyway, so it's not really a pressing issue for me. Other things, they are doing part 2 of the Persona 5 collab, which is the bike liveries for Queen and Violet. I mean, I don't know anything about Violet's character. I don't know if she was even popular. I heard a lot of people complaining she just doesn't fit in the story properly.
Well, it's because she sits there and teases you with what the biggest question everybody was asking about Persona 5 the whole time, but doesn't actually commit to it. Like, are you idiots really sure that soul editing and brainwashing people is better than killing them?
Yeah. Are you sure you're actually the good guys?
Yeah, but they because they can't deviate the story too much, they can't commit to the bit.
Hans, are we the baddies?
It's very frustrating with her because she's asking the right question, but because the way the game's lined up, they can't go anywhere with it.
Yeah. So the big obvious question that's not asked during the original version is now being asked, and there's no answer to it.
Yeah, they just literally can't do anything with it because they can't change the original story very much.
Yeah. If you want the answer, you go play Scramble.
At any rate, the new motorcycle liveries, they're quite nice. They're much more elaborate than the previous ones, and they cover the side plates as well as the seat part, which has been a major weakness in a lot of the liveries in the game. There's just not enough attention to those side plates. But yeah, I just don't have much affinity for that game, and honestly, Persona 5 is sort of the town bike, no pun intended, when it comes to collabing with things.
Yeah, they started to get crossover and spin-off and collab heavy with the later part of the life cycle of 4, but as soon as 5 came out, oh man, did Atlas just decide to turn it into the money printing machine. That poor franchise.
Anyway, so there's a few other bits and pieces that don't fall into any other categories, like optimizations and stuff. I saw somebody posting that it looked to them like the next client, and this is from beta, but it looked to them like the next client was going to have like 20 gigs shaved off the size or something like that.
That's good.
But other stuff that I've seen is they have revamped the Echo Management Plan interface to make it easier to use, and have also are also implementing a thing where you can create an Echo Management preset and then share it with people, so people can import other people's presets for Echo Management.
Thank goodness. That's a step in the right direction, at least.
And they're also apparently implementing a system that will have a type of smart discard, so it can just go through and quickly filter and cull echoes that are worthless to you.
Yeah. Because
So yeah, obviously they realize that the echo inventory is the biggest weight chain to the ankle of every long-term player.
yeah, especially because every new character has their own set functionally. Like,
Yeah, it has gone that way now.
and it's just like pretty much since Septimon, really even as far back as Cartwheel's release, the generic use of the sets is pretty well done. Each set is for a character, and only for one
I
or
don't.
two characters tops.
That's kind of mystifying to me why it's gone this way though, because like even when Carlotta was released, like Carlotta's set can't be used by anybody else. It's feasible that they could release a character that did use it because it's not that restrictive, but that character doesn't exist. I don't know if that's just a function of the fact that Carlotta's Glacio and the developers apparently hate Glacio, unless Hiyuki turns out to be Glacio, in which case they love Glacio. But I thought that they were going to break away from the trend with things like Chisa, right? Where Chisa only has 3 slots taken up with her personal Echo set, and you can incorporate a two piece from some other
Yeah,
set.
Galbraith was the same way. Her set does the exact same thing. It's a 3-piecer, and you can pick whatever other fire 2-piecer you want for the 2-piece.
But for whatever reason, they just decided they didn't want to do that. Maybe they just didn't like the idea of having to bake assumptions about 2 set bonuses into every
Yeah.
set anymore. Because realistically, nobody builds two piece unless they're forced to against their will.
The only character that deviates from any kind of standard, aside from the 3-piecers that have the 3-piece sets, is Cartwheel with her. I think she's the only character that does 4-4-1-1-1 instead of 4-3-3-1-1.
Got to get you that HP.
Need that HP. Like, yeah, they need a way to. Every bit of echo management help I'll take, because honestly, I just wind up mulching most of the stuff in there and not even looking at it once it gets full. Because it's just too much work to go through it, and echoes are not that big of a pain in the butt to farm unless it's boss echoes.
Yeah, well, I mean, all you need to do is hit up an appropriate tacit Discord nest every other day.
You'll get
Or whatever.
something. And I have so many of
Yeah.
those tuner things that I could retune 4 and 3 stars forever.
Yeah, I mean, I retune the one costs.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, why not?
Yeah,
I'm going to be spending my time doing either farming more one costs or using these tuners, and the tuners are sitting there and like they're not doing anything in my inventory, so I've got 146 of them, even though I retune one costs.
yeah. The biggest problem with Echo molding is the EXP. It's just
It do be that way.
like literally every other thing in Echoes is not that big a deal in terms of raw availability. It's just the EXP. Incidentally, Fern, uh, while leveling up like one purple set a little bit is okay for getting through the game, wait until you get 5-star echoes before you really start dumping echo exp around, because that stuff is the hardest thing to come by.
Yeah, I've noticed that. Like, yeah, you want to throw a couple of echoes just to level, but beyond that, it's like this echo experience is not coming at the rate that's useful.
Yeah, you'll need to be able to do some stuff like the holograms to buy out the tubes from that, or go to the money shop, and I mean the like the in-game currency,
Modest.
called money. Buy it
Hmm.
out from there. Like there's little shops like that where you can get it. For events, you can get a bit of it. But and right
It's
now,
money spelt Moannie.
yeah,
Money.
you get it just by breaking boxes in Renacida.
At least that's something.
Yeah,
It's
you
only slightly more dignified than Kingdom Hearts Munny.
I mean, yeah.
yeah. So be uh if there's anything to be conservative with while building your account early like you are, it's Echo EXP because it's just not going to come very easily. Everything else you can farm super readily and will have its rate ups, or you'll have plenty of stamina to go get. Echo EXP, the only place you can really get it in good value is double drop week for tested Discord fields.
Yeah, the problem is that so much of it goes to waste, like because you lose some percentage of it every time you refold an echo into another one.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, like, and you still acquire it at roughly the same pace as you would character EXP or weapon EXP, except those will always work and you only do them once.
Right.
Whereas echoes, you don't know how many times you're going to have to grind an echo up until you find one that's, I really like the way the stats came out on this.
Yeah, like if you need to roll HP percent on cartwheel, like I do the more expensive route, so I actually have less EXP to work with than Vol does, but it's less time intensive to sit there and do it. Vol molds it a bit
Yeah,
harder.
like I do a very, very slow method, and it's still not the most efficient method. I've just chosen a slightly more efficient method than RSTL's one at the cost of a lot of time. As such, I still have 100. I have 1,111 of gold Echo XP tubes still sitting in my inventory.
I
But
I don't. I'm scared. Hang on.
I have 408 purples, 1,111 golds.
What tab are they even in? Here we go.
Token
I
168 blues, but blues don't go very far.
I have 203 golds after the double drop week. Yeah, the way I do it is I level up an Echo to 15, look at its stats, unlock its substats, see if there's anything in there I like, or it's one big key stat that I need, or two minor key stats, and if it does, I'll take it to 4, and if it doesn't, it gets unlocked and shoved into the next Echo as starter EXP. Then I shove enough tubes in it to get it back to 15 and do it again. This is the more expensive way to do it, but it takes a lot less time than doing it with 1 or 2.
Yeah, I do it with 2. I don't do it with 1. I do it with 2. If at least one of the stats is of interest, then it will go to the third one. And if by the third one it sprouts 2 that are of interest, then I'll consider the fourth one, unless they were low value stats or they rolled really low.
Yeah, and getting the god tier rolls like is really hard in this game, but it's also really tempting to keep going for it once you're on the groove. I've noticed because
Yeah,
you
you
have
can sit there and then chew through an awful lot without thinking about it.
like I have sat there refining Peeb's echoes for way too long just because I'm like I can go better.
But yeah, each substat has like about 8 different values that it can land on.
Yeah, they're a wide range.
And yeah, like, and depending on the stat, the weighting of them is in different places. Like most of them are weighted at about 4 out of 8, so most of them are going to land in the middle. But like, there's like a 2 to 3% chance that you're going to get an extremely high one, like enough that it would count as 2 stats worth.
Mm-hmm.
And there's about double that, about a 6 to 9% chance that you're going to get an absolutely dismal one that barely even counts as getting the stat. But the middle bracket accounts for about 50%, 60% of possible rolls. But there is an exception, of course, to this, which is crit rate and crit damage, where 70% are in the bottom 3 possible values, and everything else is spread out the top. So when you get a really high roll on crit rate or a really high roll on crit damage, keep it. Just keep it, because it's multiple stats worth.
Or if you just get a double roll on a crit, like on your forecast, just keep it. There is just too valuable. Like, but don't lose your mind trying to get 4 out of 5 stats you want. You'll
Yeah,
go
just try and not build the wrong stats is what I try and do.
like just 2 is the minimum, and 3 is good, solid, more than workable. 4 is you're getting really greedy and probably not going to happen.
But your magnitude does matter, but it's sort of questionable how much. Like, let's say it can be worth a lot. Like a perfect set of crit gear is worth more. It's like worth like 3 or 4 or 5 times as much as the worst possible rolls for the same set of crit gear. But the thing is that the probability of landing on either of those brackets is so low that you're probably not looking at a piece like that.
Yeah. I have like 2 pieces that are just truly exceptional, and the rest are. I try to get them to 3 stats, but I just am. It's really hard. You usually just got to take 2 and live with it.
Anyway, that's enough from me. My throat is really not thanking me for this. Fern could do some talking. I need to go to the bathroom and get something to drink.
Yeah, maybe. We're actually well over time already, but
We
I
started.
assume you guys started late.
Yeah, Vol was sick and
We
you weren't
did.
here, so we started super late.
Yep. All right. As for stuff I did, there's really only 2 things I can talk about at the moment, and I think I need to spend a bit more time with both. First is Monster Hunter Stories 3. I've played a few hours of that so far. They've got a budget increase on this game. The first game was made for the 3DS, and it shows. The second game was made for the Switch, but it reused all the assets from the 3DS version, so it still looked dated.
Mm-hmm.
But they've given everything a good graphical uplift, as well as the general quality of the writing seems to be a lot better. Like, the first game was very Saturday morning anime, all talking about the power of friendship, and then you had the one friend who goes away and he's edgy for a while, and then comes back and he's your best friend again. Also, the villain was just an XP for Dr. Robotnik. It was actually very silly. Second game had a much more solid story, and of course had everybody asking if Wyverians lay eggs.
Did it ever
So yeah, the
answer
third
that
one,
question?
nope, never been answered. It is a mystery. So the third game, they seem to have forgotten or just pushed aside the fact that monster riders are this niche thing. So now you have 2 kingdoms that are all about monster riding. 2 kingdoms that used to be one, but apparently something happened and now they hate each other. You are playing as the prince or princess of said kingdom, and for once, you've actually got a fully voiced character. Nice.
Huh.
The voice acting's fine. It's service. I will say, though, character generation is all very, like, by the books, but they do one thing I think is actually worth mentioning, and that is for hairstyle. You can choose a front and a back separately.
Interesting.
Very. You can also make Rin Tosaka if you so choose. All
I
the
did
bits are there.
find that the character creation in 100 Stories 2 was extraordinarily limited.
Yeah, you pick a
Like-
face and a hair, and that was it.
Like borderline, Pokemon limited.
Yeah, it's why bother? All right, next. So they've improved a lot of things so far. First, and probably the greatest improvement, no Navarro. He is not here.
Thank goodness.
You do have a Palico that follows you around named Rudy, who does still provide you your battle support, your hints and stuff, but he's kind of a tight ass and he doesn't speak a whole. He's very much a stickler for royal protocols and all of that.
As opposed to Navira, who's just a greedy foghorn.
Yes. Combat-wise is largely the same and unchanged as the first two games. The same weapons are available mostly. You have your choice of 2 for slashing, which is your greatsword and the longsword, as opposed to the sword and board that they used to have. The others are for bludgeoning. You have the horn and the hammer because those are the 2 options. That's it. And for piercing, you have the bow and the gun lance. Hunting horn, I honestly loved it in 2, but it was also the single most frustrating weapon to use because of the rock paper scissors mechanic that comes into play with combat. So you have to choose your attack between speed, technical, and power, and that for the hunting horn also determines the notes you play.
I see.
In 2, if you got targeted for the clash, you had to abandon your song that you were building in order to deal with the clash or take the hit, which sometimes was not a good option. You'd get squished.
Yeah, you are small and monster is big.
Yes. So now, if you get targeted with the clash and you're using the monster hunt, the hunting horn, if you win the clash, then you get a rainbow note. So you can continue building your songs and get all those really sweet buffs.
Continue the doot.
You can doot correctly. Beyond that, it's basically the same in terms of combat as so far. I'm only a few hours in. But you start off with companions straight away, and they just load you down with one of each flavor monster right from the get-go. So you have your Rathalos Ratha, of course, because it's always named Ratha. That's your power. You start off with a Kutku for your technical, and Toby Kadachi for yours. I do like the Toby Kadachi.
Does it still have the monster eugenics?
Yes, sort of. I still haven't encountered that system in full yet. They do have what they call environmental restoration, where you release a bunch of monsters out into the wild after you hatch their eggs, which gives you a good way to just do something with all those extra monsters you're going to get.
I got really sucked into the monster eugenics thing. I made some really cracked monsters.
Yeah, that's all still there from what I can tell. I can still see the grid and all of that. So that's still there as an option. I just haven't unlocked the ability to do it yet. But that said, if you build up a monster's rank out in the world, it will have a chance of spawning as a different element, or with better genes, or just generally stronger. And naturally, that flows on to the eggs as well. Another big improvement is once you have hatched an egg once, it will just tell you what that egg is there after you get it, next time you find it. Which was one of the most frustrating things of the last 2 games, because you had to try and remember what this egg was. Incidentally, baby Tetsukabra is adorable. And it's also ugly as sin. It's really ugly adorable.
What about our boy Setsuyaku? Has he come back yet?
Haven't seen Super Flash Bro yet. I assume he's in there.
I feel like I haven't seen him in forever.
Yeah. He's a bro. We need to see him some more.
Like,
but Legiana gets all the screen time at the moment.
I mean, it's from the same region in world anyway.
It is from the same region. So yeah, your companions. I think your first one starts off with a Toby Kadachi. Second has a Legiana. The third one you get starts with a Anjanath.
My
Anjanath.
favorite was Bagel Goose. Like, I just
I
loved
mean,
having Bagel Goose on my side.
as against opposed to you.
I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes he would be on your side in world anyway.
I mean, sometimes.
I mean,
Bagel
briefly.
Goose is on Bagel Goose's side.
I mean,
Yes.
he didn't intend to be on your side, but sometimes it would just kind of work out that way.
Yes, until he got bored and decided that you would make a more interesting target.
He would just wait until you killed the monster, and then he'd come back and decide you were food.
Just crash into you out of nowhere, complete with fanfare. As for the story, yes, you're the prince or princess of a kingdom that hates the people next door. They have Glavenus as an armor so far, and everyone wants to go north to where the original castle was, but the Wyverians won't let. That's the plot so far. It's not much. They do a lot of just set piece building as to who you are as the ranger, which is basically just monster preservationists.
I was under the impression that monsties were basically unheard of.
Then, yeah, I think they've just forgotten that, or put that aside at least for this case.
They could just, like, I don't know, set it in a time period where it was more normal, or set it so far away from the rest of the story that, oh, well, there's an entire parallel culture that's developed here.
Well, that's what the first two games kind of did.
Well, no, they didn't, though, because the guild was still there, right?
Yeah.
Mind you, there's a lot that I don't understand about the canon timeline of Monster Hunter.
I don't think even Capcom really knows. They're just kind of making it up and doing what seems cool at the time. There is a thread of some characters going through, like Jenna from Wild is a Little Miss Smith from 4, I believe. Yes, 4.
Did they ever confirm that, or is that just something that people suspect to be true?
I think they did confirm it.
I thought it was just like there's some dialogue in game that strongly hints to it, but it's not explicit.
There's some dialogue, and
I remember they said something about that lady knight that accompanies you in whatchamacallit as well.
Yeah,
like she was in the cinematic to one of the early. I can't remember.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, Monster Hunter lore and timelines are just kind of
I occasionally will meet somebody who insists that the timeline of Legend of Zelda can be completely rationalized and explained.
Yeah.
Well, Nintendo tried, and what they presented made no sense whatsoever.
Yes. Also, if you really want to shut up a Zelda timeline aficionado, you could just say Hyrule Warriors. Because Hyrule Warriors just exists for the sake of making everybody fight. That's it. But it is also canon. So anyway, so yeah, I want to spend more time with that. It is. I like my Monster Hunter stories. It's just dumb and goofy in a lot of ways, but they're trying. I think they're trying to tell a more serious story this time. But at the same time, you have Anjanath giving zero cares to its self-preservation and full body tackling everything. So there's that.
That do be how Anjanath fights.
He is anger, and that is it. That is what he do.
Oh, Angie baby.
This Anjanath is also named Angie.
Incidentally, Fern, if you get your Resonator level leveled up, you too can take part in the epic boss fight that's going on.
Epic boss fight?
Well, we have 2 boss characters, or boss tier characters, just attacking the air.
I too can come and do nothing. So yeah, The only other thing I really paid much attention to this week is some of the live letter for Final Fantasy 14, because they finally started talking about the Beastmaster. You know,
Oh,
as the
really?
expansion ends.
They talk about it in a theoretical sense, or they talk about it as, oh, this is something we're planning to launch before the end of the expansion.
This is in general terms how the class and things works type one.
So they're not going to put it out for Dawn Trail.
It will be, but it'll be out for Dawn Trail at the expense of Blue Mage.
I mean, everybody, I would assume that, given that they're, it's very weird with Beastmaster because, if you wanted the collectible, bonus content, Blue Mage already filled that niche. Like, it existed and accomplished that niche fairly okay for what it was as just side content to do. And Beastmaster always felt like, when they announced it, that it was just going to eat Blue Mage's lunch by being a total overlap. I mean,
in a lot of ways, it kind of is.
Yeah. So I don't really know why they decided to put any dev time to it, because they already had the groundwork laid for Blue Mage. It seems like it would just be better to continue expanding on Blue Mage with the little solo events and stuff they had.
Yeah. But still, this is what we've got. So, weapons, it's hand axe and buckler. We finally actually have a second shield class, not a proper class. And your actions are determined by the 3 pets you have with you. The downside is it looks like you can take your lead pet will follow you around, and it does not seem to disappear in cities. So you know what's going to happen there.
More mods for the Limsa community to use?
Yes. So, mods. And when they're not using mods, they'll probably people will find the biggest, most obnoxious, most flashy monster they can to drag around. It also has its own progression path, which looks like it's a series of mini dungeons, and you go through it in a kind of roguelike style tower arrangement, like how Slay the Spire works.
So, speaking of Slay the Spire, Fern, I tried to go to your account to see how far you progressed in it, because I scooped it this week.
Mm-hmm.
And your account's private, so I couldn't see.
Yeah, I do that for a reason. It's because every time I unprivate it, I get bombarded by people who want to buy all my TF2 items.
You really just put those on an alt account.
I probably could, but I couldn't be bothered. I'm lazy. Never underestimate the lazy.
Well, you really only need to relocate any max of 7 heads you've got, and you'll be fine.
Those things are actually starting to get crazy expensive.
Or you could just, sell it and take the money.
But then I wouldn't have this thing that everyone wants.
Yeah,
but you don't want them to know that you've got it.
No, but it's mine. Does it have to make sense? No. So anyway, I haven't actually played much more Slay the Spire, but I've got all except for one of the classes. I've got all the basic characters unlocked. I haven't unlocked any of the secret.
Yeah, I got the 5 base characters. Are there more?
There's at least one, and you need to win in order to actually get it. I don't know if there's a second hidden character yet or not. I haven't, because half the fun is finding these things out.
Yeah, because I could be talked into playing it more if with its co-op mode, but roguelikes lights are not my thing to play solo.
Yeah.
So at some point, we could try the co-op mode out. You would have to unprivate.
We can try it.
You would have to unprivate your account to do that.
Yeah, we can play it at some point, definitely. What else came from that live letter? They have confirmed there's only going to be a single new class coming this time.
I mean, that's a step in the
For
right
putting.
direction. They really need to have no
There's
new
not enough
classes.
steps. Yeah, they need all their old classes to not suck first.
Yeah. So I think the smart money is on it being a range physical deeps, because then you got 4 of each category at that point.
I've just got this sort of vibe like it usually doesn't seem to be enough for a company to fail utterly once. They need to fail utterly twice and then roll the dice on whether they get to keep their franchise or not.
Like,
Like,
yeah.
I
it
mean,
seems that there's
Blizzard.
too many ways to excuse a single failure as an anomaly.
Mhm.
If so, Dawntrail saw the player base falling off, and I think it would be really easy for them to write it off as, oh well, yeah, well, player base always goes down in the expansion. You know, if you're living in delusion land and can't look objectively at your own game, I could see them falling for that. But if that player base doesn't come back for the next expansion,
Well, the thing is that the player base always comes back for the next expansion, which is why companies like Blizzard can perpetuate their delusions for so long. Because
y-
nearly everybody does come back. Most people don't assess the changes that are made before diving in. They just dive in and experience for themselves whether or not they think that it's going to be worth staying.
They're actually
So
already starting to come back, by the way.
and that's usually the case as well, is that people will come back to prepare in the hopes that it will be what they expect it to be or hope it to be or whatever. So the data doesn't actually bake psychology into it because they know that the shareholders don't care about the psychology of the players, they just care about the numbers. So they can interpret that data however they please when presenting it to their shareholders because their shareholders don't know any better.
And tend not to care.
So if they're making decisions that are terrible, they can still ride the wave of the normal ebb and flow of MMO population unless they get shareholders who look at historical data patterns and see, no, hold on. If I look at Shadowbringers and Endwalker, the pattern tails off at this rate, whereas you're losing X many subscriptions per Y many months, and this is twice as fast as normal and is only comparable to this other one instance that you're claiming was an anomaly. Like, there are ways that the data could be analyzed to communicate the right thing, but it'll be too late by then.
Mhm.
So I think that the more successful you are, the more inertia you have. You are not going to be willing to turn on a dime and revamp everything once you're in deep, sort of the way that Genshin refused to improve anything for the longest time because they got so much inertia from success during COVID compared to ZZZ, which did turn on a dime and revamped everything in regards to the Bangbu TV mechanic, because they weren't in so deep that they were committed to the bit yet.
Yep.
And I think that Final Fantasy XIV it's got the potential to break with the usual pattern because it is basically Yoshi P's personality cult at the end of the day, in a certain sense. Like, he has enough clout to upend the table if he thinks that what they're doing is doomed, but he doesn't have absolute power to do that. He would still need to have the backing of various key figures in development to present a design doc for a change of direction. And he's, throughout the first half of Dawn Trail at least, he had people filling his ears with the idea that, oh, there's not a problem, everything is fine, it's just Chuds making noise on the internet.
Yeah. The announcement for the next expansion, I think, is going to be very telling on that front.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
he always does talk a good game, but when he was presenting Dawn Trail, he didn't exude the level of confidence that I remember from Shadowbringers and Endwalker.
yeah.
there
Yeah. He really was not sold on it.
to give the rare bit of hopium that he might have his act together this time. He doesn't have
Yeah.
one of the same problems he had going into Dawn Trail, and
Yeah.
that he's not divided across two games. One of them being a major AAA release.
I think that's part of it, is he took his hands off the reins too much.
So he
A
had
lot of the toxic people in the Western branch have also been fired.
Yes, ejected.
yeah.
All right, I'll quickly skim through what else they've done here. Making more room in the armoire. They're consolidating dies.
Oh, more of power.
Armoire. Yeah, so now all your regular dies are one type. Ishgardian Restoration dies are a second type. Cosmic Exploration are a third type. That's it. That's you have 1, 2, and 3 for your die, and special dies. So cash shop dies, and the actual things that make money will still be there as well. Special. What else they done? They've put in the first round of improvements for the housing system by increasing the item cap. You can place both inside and outside.
Not really a problem unless you own a medium or large size house.
Yeah, small house. Well, small house outside is a serious problem, honestly.
Well, a small house
Well,
outside.
I don't own a house anymore, so
No, none of us do.
Like
But
I'm never going to commit to something like that ever again because it's too much of a disappointment when the game fails you.
Yes.
I put so much effort in that house.
I put a lot of effort into making my barbecue house. I'm disappointed. I never did do the downstairs.
I'm glad I didn't put any effort into mine now.
Yours was just an empty box.
It was the biggest thing that kept me holding on to my sub.
Yeah, was the subs. So yeah, this is the first round of the improvements. Apparently, there is a UI overhaul in the works because the UI for housing is absolute dog water.
Yeah, you mean download burning down the house, or you're not going to be able to do anything?
Yeah, that. So that's an improvement. Uh, that's the big highlights. Yeah, it was mostly about Beastmaster.
Yeah, well, what I really need to hear stuff about. We're going to fix our ways next expansion. That's what I need to hear. And I honestly don't really care to hear anything else until they say that.
They have said that they're basically done with all of their side stories and backstories for Dawn Trail now. The next bit of MSQ leading into the next expansion will be Warrior of Light centric.
I need to hear that they're burning down the class designs. That's what I need.
Yeah,
That's what we need.
I'm tired of being mocked for maining Warrior. I'm sorry.
I mean, yes.
like
So, yeah, like if there's been a lot of surveys and stuff thrown around, both official and unofficial, and the number one thing that tops those surveys is fix the classes.
yeah, because while you may be mocked for playing warrior, like in function these days, is it any different than paladin? They're both self-healing classes that.
No, but that's why I got mocked so much more, was because they were desperate to cope that there was any
Yeah.
difference. So the one that was for mentally damaged retards was the warrior. Despite the fact that all of them were capable of the same things, the warrior was the one that got mocked because they needed to justify themselves.
Well, warrior had like the one unique ability that allowed them to pull like one extra trash pack group sooner in a dungeon. What was it? The what was that move called?
Bloodwitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, except everyone has it.
Yeah. I mean,
well, not quite. It's not as effective for other classes. They can functionally do the same thing, just not on like every pull type of thing. But
yeah, for Dark
yeah,
Knight's
because
like every other pull.
When I started playing Warrior was a tank class where you were constantly riding the line of live or die, and you could get the payoff for having so much extra risk was that your damage was better than a paladin. The paladin was very rarely in danger of dying and had cooldowns for days to deal with situations, which is something warriors didn't have. Warriors didn't have cooldowns for days. Warriors had like 1 or 2 to get themselves out of a mess, but other than that required that they were carefully monitoring the situation at all times to avoid completely folding under the pressure.
Yeah, whereas Dark Knight was all about your vampiric damage, and if you flubbed your rotation too many times, you'd fall over.
But now every class is sort of bland, banal, the same type of thing, and warrior is the one that has had like the one that has suffered the worst is Dark Knight. Like Dark Knight has gone from a very, very distinctive job to one that has
Well, yeah, like
nothing of its own
nothing. Think
whatsoever.
about it. Like everything in the Dark Knight's toolbox, everyone else now has.
Like just
Whereas the warrior has just become like a flanderized version of itself, because its thing was that it could get health back, and now that's like all it does all day every day, and they've parted out large chunks of that to other classes so that it's not the only one that can do it.
like
It's all very, very sad, and the classic case of class homogenization that everybody was raging at during like late Wrath of the Lich King and stuff.
like
Oh yeah,
the tank classes are a real good example because they each had a very distinct playstyle. Where you had your high APM gunbreaker playstyle for the people that had way too much coffee all the time. You had Dark Knights that were big on health and mana management as a resource, and needing to appropriately use that to do something with their big burst abilities. You had warriors with their big unga bunga uh, rotation, high AoE damage, and self healing, and you had paladins with their dot damage and their
crunchy, crunchy shields.
yeah, and their big crunchy consistent damage curve. Like they all played radically differently and had a very different feel. And come the end of Endwalker, literally they are exactly the same. Warrior and Paladin self heal more than the other two, and the other two use shields more, and that's it.
Yes.
Like they took it all away.
Like I loved how Dark Knight was for a while there, and I was leveling it up at the time, and then it all just kind of went, okay, here's all this damage mitigation.
Yeah, I remember when they took every single dot away from Paladin except for the ability one, the Circle of Scorn.
Yeah.
They took them all away, and made us just into Warrior Light. And then they redoubled both Warrior and Paladin down on the self healing and the big 2-minute window burst cooldowns.
Yeah. And here's me as the Dark Knight saying, my toys! Give them back!
Yeah.
But
Like,
no.
I don't really care if my class conforms to the 2-minute meta you've established.
You have to establish, conform to the 2-minute meta?
Yeah, like
apparently, I guess.
a uniform in-game meta in an MMO seems like just unhealthy design for general class balance.
Yeah. I think if you want to change up how each class works, getting rid of that's probably going to be the first thing.
Yeah, well,
I know what they were trying to do. It's pretty clear what they were trying to do, but what they were trying to do isn't meaningfully different than bring the player, not the class, which we saw how that worked out in the end.
Poorly. So,
It just seems like they're retreading ground that has been tread before, just assuming we can do it better this time. Real communism has never been tried.
Ugh. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing bad I'm seeing in this live letter. No red flags. But
they don't. It is not merely enough for them to not be bad to get me back. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I do want to go back, but they've got to give me a reason.
They need to heal the heartbreak. It's not sufficient to just not be terrible.
If we could have a nice,
I won't beat you anymore.
Yeah, just give us a big dramatic death scene for Wooklamart. Let's start with that.
I don't know. I think that's ennobling her too much. Because they will expect us to remember her as worthy in some way in universe.
Or have this.
I think that what she just needs to be shut in her castle. Either they need to do a story arc where she gets her comeuppance for being a useless twat, which we know that's never going to happen because
it's too late
the writers don't. Regardless of whether it's too late, the writers don't see her that way, and they probably can't at this point. They couldn't bring themselves to do it. So the safest thing to do is to just shut her away in her hole and then forget her forever.
Yep.
Just lease
her in the lease box.
Lease her to the palace. Phoebe's hat is so floppy when she walks. I've been sitting here watching this hat flop for a while now.
She has a ginormous hat.
It's a Saturno.
Oh, and speaking of, I just had Phoebe randomly turn up on my in my game.
She'll do that in a lot of side quests for Renacita. She doesn't really interact in the main plot very much, but she's there for a lot of the side content.
She's just there.
She's just there doing peep stuff.
That's all right.
Usually,
Bonking things with a stick.
yeah. Wait till you do the
Come
fishing
talk to me,
quest.
Peeb. All right, so yeah, that's been my week. I'll talk more about Monster Hunter next week because I'm enjoying what I've seen so far, but the story hasn't properly started.
I don't recall. Did you buy a Switch 2 or not, Fern? I don't remember.
No, no,
No, you didn't. Right.
because I have better things to spend my money. There are no
They are
games
not.
on the Switch 2.
They are not cheap. This is one of my subordinates was excitedly telling me that she bought a Switch 2 because she basically folded because she couldn't bear to not play Pokopia.
Oh,
Oh, you.
And what?
Oh, nothing. I had a thought half formed and gave up on it halfway through.
But yeah, yeah, she's apparently a big fan of Pokemon and of like Animal Crossing and those types of things, and apparently this is just all of that folded together.
yeah, basically.
But when she
Although
described it to me, I thought it sounded kind of dark, to be totally honest.
that's where a lot of the memes are coming from, I think, because they've got just a lot of memes floating around as that Ditto as some sort of
It's
slave
like,
riding maniac.
well, no, more like it's like, oh, so in this setting, humans are extinct and everybody misses the humans, so you play as a Ditto who pretends to be what its trainer was because there are no humans anymore. And it's like, well, this sounds horrible. It
Yeah.
sounds like a really dark future.
Yes. So yeah, the memes are, of course, the humans are extinct and the Ditto killed them. All of them. So yeah. You know how the internet be.
But yeah, she kept talking about how she couldn't wait to get home so she could play it some more.
I
So
mean,
apparently it was a system seller for her. So
It
oh,
it
more power to
definitely
her, I guess.
it definitely has got a lot of the girls talking. I don't know any
it does
boys
sound
that
like
are
a girl's game.
Yeah, I do not know any boys that are excited for it. I know a few girls that are excited for it though.
If I wanted to play that sort of game, I'd just go play Stardew Valley or something.
Yeah, but the problem is the girls have played Stardew Valley to death.
That's
yeah, like
true.
she's told me that as well. Like she's just, played the absolute crap out of all of the mainstream versions of those.
I'd say go
And,
play
and more
Harvest
of the
Moon,
crap
but
of them
Harvest
and then
Moon is
played them
crap.
again.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Like that they're just that. Once upon a time, people thought the girl game was the dress up game. No. It's Stardew Valley.
No.
No,
Yeah,
the ones that were playing that game, that gacha, what was it? I can't remember now. They
Infinity
were
Nikki.
guys. Yeah, Infinity Nikki.
yeah, that was guys who were just trying not to be guys for a little while. That game is so adorably twee.
Apparently they ruined it. They
Of
did
course they
something incredibly predatory and cynical or something and ruined it. And so everybody sort of fell off the train at that point. I don't know what it was. I never really looked into it. Sometimes the reason I don't look into these things is that I'm afraid of what the algorithm will do if I do. Because Infinity Nikki is a gacha game. And the algorithm already knows I'm interested in gacha games. So if I accidentally give it the idea that I'm interested in the whys and wherefores of Infinity Nikki, then I'll start getting nothing but. So I didn't ever actually look into what it was that they did, but a lot of people fell off the train all at once.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I think it's made by or is tangentially related to the Love and Deep Space people.
Question.
I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm not sure if I want to.
Let's see. Fold. Yeah, Love and Deep Space.
Yeah, so the
Both
company
by
has
Deepfold.
company
Or
has a
Infold,
stick,
sorry.
but yeah, that
And naturally, of course, the first thing I comes up when I search for Infinity Nikki is people screaming about how they ruined it. So
Well, there's more
that.
media written about that. There was more media written about that than all the rest of the media written about the game put together. So
Yeah, it was gonna happen.
Yeah, it's sort of sad for a game to go down like that, but it do be that way. So
Mr. Stancil.
Yeah. And of course, there is everyone spurging out about Marathon as well. They're
really,
spurging on
people are
both
actually
sides.
talking about it, huh?
Well, they're saying how completely underwhelming and bland it is.
Which is more press than it was going to get otherwise.
I
Yep.
haven't even seen that on my YouTube feed. Like,
I haven't either. The only time I see Marathon is if I open up my Steam window.
Yeah.
yeah, I have like the Steam store page has it open, and I think I have like one friend that's playing it.
Yeah. I've had it pop up in those tentative suggestions that YouTube sometimes throw because well, would you be interested in this? No.
Yeah,
Not really.
not on my home feed or my recommends on YouTube. It's not there at all.
I will quite happily sit there and watch a cooking show rather than watch Marathon.
I'm fairly sure I've seen it pop up on the featured and recommended. I'm pretty sure I've seen it. It's not there now, so I don't know for sure, but I think that I have.
Yeah. It was the one with the incredibly bland thumbnail, probably.
I've been getting way more synthetic 2 media.
Oh yeah.
Hey people.
Hey people, got to get some more full mag ejected going.
I did buy Synthetic 2. Because Seth put out the review for it.
Yep.
Maybe I should. It does have multiplayer after all. Oh, it's an early access and I have a policy against that.
Yeah, that usually makes me hold off, but I liked the first one. And
It is true. I only played 1.5 hours of it, but it was a good 1.5 hours.
It was a very good 1.5 hours.
yeah, I played it a little bit more than that and got like a solid 5-10 hours out of the game. It was like, I'll scoop the second one. It's only $5.
Like you,
Yeah,
you,
why
you
not?
just when you play that game, you just know that the guy that was developing it was autistic.
Oh yeah,
Not
he
a
just
li-
made the game he wanted to make.
not a little bit either.
Oh yeah, incredibly.
Yeah, I've only played like 30 minutes of the new one. Figuring out how to make the global chat window stop spamming you is the first problem. Like, that's the kind of autism we're talking about.
That's not what Seth said.
Oh.
He said you have to embrace the global chat.
I mean,
Oh.
Seth says a lot of things. I think he also said that his item in this game can now kill you.
That honestly seems appropriate.
Oh, Seth.
Don't ever change, Seth.
I still think his Space Station 13 review is one of his funniest videos.
It was the greatest.
I have watched that quite a number of times. I don't think that there's a way to get a stat for how many times you've watched a single video on YouTube, but that would be very high up on my list.
I mean, as far as games go, in order to play Space Station 13, you have to be the absolute peak of autism. But
You have to.
and probably a furry. But the content that actually comes out of it from people just telling stories is
You can't consent to being a pizza.
apparently you can. That guy did.
In response to the Seth video, the farm started a Space Station 13 server, and I have not looked at the thread, but apparently just as wild, dumb stories came out of that one.
Yeah. Yeah, when you put a bunch of autists on a space station and then give them the keys to the universe, see what happens.
Yeah, like autism is the first step to download Space Station 13. You have to be several degrees of extra mentally damaged to actually download and play that game.
I looked into actually what you have to do in order to play the game, and it's like you can't just install it. You have to download the right version, and then you have to find a server, and that server will inevitably have a different version, so you have to rearrange everything, and then mods. And
Mm-hmm.
like I don't mind a good sit down and mod session, but it's got to be for a game I'm already invested in. Anyway, anything else?
All is a plus sign.
It do be that way sometimes. Let's see. Anything else? I don't think I saw anything else of note. I was so busy this week. Well, either busy or busy dying that I didn't really pick up on any news, I don't think. And it's going to be worse next week. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm going across the country again. Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't know how much they're going to make me work on this trip because supposedly it's mostly supposed to be for observation purposes, but they may in fact decide to try and give me on-site training or something, depending. I'm going to say I don't have time because I don't know how long it's going to take me to get to the airport from the lab in 5 o'clock traffic. That's going to be interesting.
Yes.
One of the many reasons I've never wanted to live in Auckland is because the roads there are insane. Like, I just can't make sense of them, and they aren't even as bad as the ones in Atlanta. So
I was about to say, are we talking Atlanta Airport Spaghetti Junction, or are we?
it's quite bad, but it's mainly bad because they're badly maintained.
Okay, so we
Like
have.
it's like there's heavy traffic all the time, but nobody really takes care of the roads.
So not because somebody was drunk with a crayon one day and decided to call that urban planning.
No,
No.
Auckland is pretty bad as it is, but it's largely because Auckland is not a good place to build a city. Well, it is, and it is objectively a good place to build a city in strategic terms. However, the entirety of Auckland is basically a large-scale isthmus, and that means that it's a weird patch of ground. Like, there's water on two sides of it.
Yeah.
Like, the reason why Atlanta has no excuses because Atlanta is smack in the middle of the land, whereas Auckland is smack in the middle of the water.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just show you where they built the sodding city in a simplified form. I'll just stick it in the live show chat. There we go. That is where they built Auckland. So the shape of the city is very, very strange.
Yeah. Frankly, you should never invite a New Zealander to do city planning.
I mean,
You really shouldn't. Like, that entire area is also extinct rhyolite domes.
Oh, joy!
So there is not a patch of level ground anywhere, and all of it could theoretically become active again at some point in the future, and then the entirety of the largest city in the country with more than 1 million people would just turn into a fireball.
Yeah. That's how the
I-
Ring of Fire do be.
for context, Fern, I know I've shown Vol. I don't know if I've shown you. This is what
Oh, yeah.
Atlanta urban planning looks like, or roadway planning looks like.
Yeah. That's, I don't even know how or where you go anywhere on any of that.
That is called Spaghetti Junction. It is the
For
worst.
good reason.
It is the worst traffic jam spot on the planet.
Because someone inevitably gets lost and blocks the whole thing up.
Just because nothing can get on or off of the dumb thing. Each of those things are only one lane each direction,
Ugh.
and it just is a. And the airport's right nearby, which looks just as bad.
Yeah.
With its squiggly spaghetti nonsense. And Atlanta isn't laid out in squares. It doesn't
Yeah,
have.
because
we
that
don't-
would make sense.
We don't have blocks. We have. Somebody drew districts with crayons while they were drunk.
Yeah.
And randomly decided to make some of the streets one way.
Just because.
Yeah, and you have no way of knowing, in the city in the US that probably has the most imported traffic from all over the place with people that don't know the layout. Just random streets will be one way and you won't know they're one way and you will get stuck in trying to turn around. And even if you're a decent driver, there's probably 5 other people in your situation on that same road. And then you all eventually wind up on Biscotti trying to pick a direction to get off. And then you try to navigate the Atlanta airport. And if you don't know the town, good luck. There's a reason we have the worst traffic in the world.
Yeah, I can see why. I'll take Brisbane Airport, where everything just flows one direction. and then inevitably someone cuts somebody else off, and you just have a traffic jam for 3 hours. At least it's a traffic jam that all moves in the same direction.
I mean, I would take Val's active volcano area over Biscetti and urban planning in Atlanta. I think
Yep.
that would be an improvement.
It's like, I mean, if you look at a satellite view of Auckland, freaking hate this city. Something that you'll notice in the sort of the upper right quadrant, that dark coloured island with the pimple in the middle. What do you suppose that is?
Definitely not a volcano.
Definitely not.
That is
not
Rangitoto Island. It is a volcano. Because that's how we build cities in this country.
Yeah. To be fair, a good chunk of New Zealand is just volcano.
Like the Auckland area is also known as the Auckland Volcanic Field because there are 53 volcanoes in that patch of land.
Yeah, that's a great place to put it.
Why wouldn't you?
Why wouldn't you? So yeah, the entirety of New Zealand could just blow up at any point, and there's nothing about it. Enjoy.
Basically, yeah, that's why there's a giant lake in the center of the North Island.
Because it's already happened once.
Because it's a super volcano caldera. It's not a volcano, it's a super volcano.
Because why not? Anyway, we should probably wrap up.
I'm now looking at traffic maps between Auckland and Atlanta.
It just says don't.
Yeah. Auckland isn't that bad, like in terms of either urban sprawl or bad urban planning. That's usually not the issue with Auckland. Auckland's main problem is Aucklanders.
I mean,
none of them can drive.
The residents are also a problem. Ooh, here's a map of the airport, Fern.
Why?
How about that?
Why? Where is it? Yeah, the road goes. Hang on. Okay,
No.
there's the main entrance. No, hang on, that's not.
If you do not know, you will not know how to navigate this. Just give up.
Does Google know? Like, if you ask Google, can you show me the way to
the GPS
international terminal or whatever?
The GPS has a special coded navigation route for a terminal when you get to the Atlanta airport.
I'm assuming
half. So you can actually specify, I want to go to like Terminal B or whatever, and it can actually tell you, okay, you need to turn onto this one.
Like Google, like when I last used Google Maps to get through the airport, when I got to the airport, it said arriving at destination, recalculating for your terminal. So it had to switch to a different algorithm for navigating this mess.
I've never actually even driven into the Christchurch airport before. I have to this time, which I hate doing because it's always unfortunately the roundabouts that lead to the airport are also like major thoroughfares for the rest of the city in that region. So actually navigating your way to the airport is as bad as navigating around the Byzantine car parks. But it's a very, very, very small airport relative to the size of the city. So.
Yeah, given it's an airport, I'm going to assume they'll want you to take out another mortgage for parking.
I had my boss pay for it in advance.
At least that's something.
It was like $70 a night or something, which isn't too bad, all things considered.
Yeah, by airport standards, that's not bad.
That would be acceptable in American currency. That ain't bad at all.
Yeah. Like, if you want to go to the Brisbane airport, that last of the train line, it costs like $50 just for like 200 meters back. But I will pay that over paying their parking.
There are cheaper places to park at the airport, but they are incredibly sketchy and don't appear to have any security.
Yeah,
But
Alright.
the main thing that you note about New Zealand airports is that they are always under construction. Somehow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think that's just airports in general.
Yeah, I remember actually it was like that the last time I was in Christchurch Airport. It was like that last time I was in Auckland Airport. It was like that the last time I was in Sydney Airport. Sydney was the worst. Like, they
Sydney's
blocked
always the
off,
worst.
like, half of the departure lounges, so everybody just had to crowd into every area in the main airport that was available, and it was, like,
Uh,
practically standing room only. Like,
uh,
absolutely no thought went into the project.
that
What a horrible
Well,
airport it is.
that's
I hate
just
Sydney Airport. Sydney Airport's the only airport I like less than Auckland Airport.
I mean, if you ever come to Atlanta, you'll find a new least favorite airport.
I don't wanna go to Atlanta Airport ever because I would like to leave with all of the possessions I walked in with.
I mean, to be fair, the usual characters that would steal your stuff are going to have trouble navigating the airport too, and I think that's the only reason there aren't any thefts at the airport that I hear of regularly. They do happen.
Because
everybody's gone.
they aren't confident they could get away because they'll get lost.
Now, once you get outside of it, I hope you got somebody to pick you up that knows where they're going.
Oh,
They're
no.
it's not sufficient to keep a steak knife in your pocket anymore.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
They're more likely to steal your GPS.
No, nowadays they'll just mug you in broad daylight. I would not leave the terminal without being in a car of somebody who knows how to get you out of there.
They don't even stop, just slow down enough to get into the car.
Like pop the trunk, throw your crap in, get in the car, and let's go.
Now, supposedly the car parks at the airport in Christchurch now can just recognise your number plate, so you just need to drive in once you've booked. I guess I'm going to be putting that to the test on Tuesday.
Alrighty. Let us pull the plug.
This has been
All right.
the Sentinel Resonators Talk About Urban Planning, the show. If you have any proper topics to send us next week, please do. We will see you then. Sayonara. Bye-bye.